Hey guys, good morning, welcome to the live session of Stocks Network Trading. My name is Dave, guys, my partner is Ron. Let's get down to business here, guys.
In on US30, sell it, okay? I'm jumping in. Guys, that's a 100 pip drop. Yes, we caught it. Hey, guys, 200 pips, please, secure.
Hey guys, good morning. Welcome to the live session of Stocks Never Trading. My name is Dave, guys, my partner is Ron. Let's get down to business here, guys.
In on US30, sell. Okay, I'm jumping in. Guys, that's a 100 pip drop. Yes, we caught it. Hey, guys, 200 pips, please secure.
Hey, welcome everyone. Good morning. Thank you for joining Stocks Never Trading. Welcome, guys. My name is Ron. My partner is Dave. It's nice to see you guys again. And it is Monday morning. It is 6 a.m. Eastern. It's the start of our week. It is actually the last trading week we have here in October. And we will be going into November. Also, this is a big earnings week. We'll go over the earnings schedule. We have a lot going on pre-market and after hours this week. A lot of big tech names will be reporting, and that will have a direct impact on S&P 500, NASDAQ, and US30 if you guys are trading the US index. Also, we do have scheduled an FOMC event. This is not the minutes. This is an actual where they have the federal funds rate. There's already in the forecast a decrease of 0.25 percentage points down to from 4.25 down to 4%. And at 2:30, it's scheduled for Mr. Powell to speak and have his conference where he will give forward guidance. He'll explain his decision on whether they cut the rates, held them, or increase them, and also take questions from the audience, okay? So it's going to be already the markets are very volatile the last few months, and this week is not going to get any easier, okay? So with that being said, right away, Monday morning, without even looking at a candlestick, getting up and knowing that, you now have to decide how much risk you're going to use for this week, okay? So this is where you got to look back. It is the last week of this trading month. How have you been trading this month? Are you doing well? Do you want to maybe reduce your risk a little bit to keep that momentum for this month continuing? Are you at like a break even this month? Or are you in drawdown this month? And this is where you need to make your necessary adjustments. Some traders take this part serious in trading. Other traders half-ass this and don't really care about this. And let's just continue going back in the markets and try and gamble again. That's up to you, what you're going to do. It's your account, not mine. But at some point, you're going to have to learn some risk management, some rules, some discipline in order to keep trading into the future, okay? Just some advice out there. There is some traders that listen, and there's other traders that don't really care about this. They're like, Ron, just get to the charts. Who cares about this talk? That's up to you. You'll have to figure it out at some point. Just like many other traders went through this cycle and had to figure this out, okay? So I know it's boring talk for you guys, and you guys are ready to go into the charts. Patrick, this is the chance to full port. If you do, that's on you, enjoy it. I won't be full porting my account, sorry. But other traders that want to, God bless. Full port, do what you got to do, okay? We're getting tired of explaining this every single day, and some traders listen, some don't. So it's entirely up to you guys, We're all adults here, and one day you're going to have to figure this out, okay? So we will be looking at gold. Right now it's pushing down and it's inside this consolidated pennant flag right now. We can go right into charting this stuff and wait, but we got some work to do. So this is what separates us from other groups is we talk about other things going on other than just a candlestick. Okay, so and then we'll get to US30 and we will get to NASDAQ eventually as well today. But news, okay? So we'll be trading all week, so let's get to know what's going on in the news. Some of you guys have already done this over the weekend, and you guys are, I appreciate you guys that have done this, and you guys are already preparing yourself, because SST, I don't know if it's going to be here every single day with you guys on YouTube. If you guys remember our live London session on Friday, it abruptly stopped when we had a few trades into the session, and right after that we got a notification that we got another strike during that live London session. So they don't like this. They don't like financial education. They don't like this stuff. So I can't talk about money, guys, okay? So that's why we make pancakes here, okay? So if they're gonna ban us for making some pancakes, then apparently they don't want us making pancakes either. But you have to be very careful on YouTube talking about financials, because we are not financial advisors. It clearly says that in our disclaimer. So we're here for entertainment and education, okay? Maybe they don't see us as educators as well, but that's all good, okay? This is called a street education. You know, that's what we learned. We learned how to read candlesticks on the streets. There's no courses, there's no school, there's no university, there's no college, there's no institutions that will teach you how to read candlesticks, okay? So this is all self-taught. And if they don't like that, then they don't like that. What can we do? But let's talk about the news this week. Okay, so here's Monday, very light day in the markets, not much going on. Okay, so we can bypass today, not a lot going on. Let's go into tomorrow. Tomorrow is Tuesday. We do have some Australian news. You guys remember we did some Tokyo sessions the last few weeks, and it was fantastic. We really enjoyed the Tokyo sessions. Lots of great volume right at the futures market open, especially for gold. So we'll get back to the Tokyo sessions. I thought let's come back into New York for a little bit this week. We'll do some post New Yorks. And then we'll slowly transition back every maybe couple weeks. We'll do some New Yorks, and then we'll do some Tokyos and some Londons, okay? So we'll switch up everything, and we'll show you some new parts of the market going into the end of the year here, okay? And Tuesday, again, not much going on. U.S. has some tentative news. We are still in the U.S. government shutdown, okay? So remember, this started October 1st. It's October 27th today. So it's almost 4 weeks. It's been almost an entire month. November 1st will be an entire month. Second longest government shutdown in U.S. history. And we're not getting a lot of folders. We're not getting a lot of news released. There's the tentative events are subject to delay, revision, or cancellation. So it all started the beginning of the month where they canceled the NFP. They've canceled a lot of CPI and PPI data. So we don't have much information on inflation. We don't have any information on job creation. They've canceled 3 of our weekly unemployment claims. So we don't have any unemployment claims. Nothing has been released. So that's why this week's FOMC is going to be a very, very volatile one. That's why maybe we got to listen to what Powell is saying, because no news has been released regarding his decision. So we do have to listen to what he's saying, okay? So Tuesday, again, not much going on in New York. If you are going to trade the Tokyo sessions later that evening, there is some Australian red folders. Going into Wednesday, coming out of Europe here, this is where it starts to get a little bit busy. Right at 9:45, this is when Wall Street market opens and the Toronto Stock Exchange over here. We have some Canadian news. We have basically the Canadian bank statements, the bank rate statements, overnight rates. It looks like Canada is also set to decrease the interest rates from 2.5% to 2.25%. We have some U.S. pending home sales, and the Bank of Canada press conference follows after all of the numbers are released. And that afternoon at 2 p.m., we have, here on Wednesday, October 29, we have the FOMC in the United States. Here it is. Here's the federal funds rate. So previous FOMC, they dropped it from 4.5 to 4.25. That was the first quarter percentage point drop in a long time. And the markets, you saw how they rallied after that, continued to hit all-time highs. And we'll see what's happening. So in the forecast, they are tentative to decrease another quarter basis points to 4%. We'll see the actual number that is released on Wednesday afternoon. There is an FOMC statement. This is where there is a statement that is also attached to this event, high impact. And then finally at 2:30, that's for the first 30 minutes. Then 2:30 is exactly when Powell starts to come to the podium. And this is where he entertains questions at the press conference. So first he's going to give guidance as to, let's say, for example, they do decrease this a quarter percentage points. He's going to give his analysis why it was why they decreased. He'll talk a little bit about monetary policy. He'll talk about the job numbers. He'll talk about inflation. He'll talk about tariffs. He'll talk about everything regarding this actual number that they did release, okay? And he will also give forward guidance, okay? So it's already scheduled for a 0.25% decrease, but the market will also be listening for his forward guidance going into November and December, into the end of the year. Will there be any more possible rate cuts going into the end of the year and starting next year, 2026? Or is he going to give more? Is his speech going to be more, we've decreased now, maybe we're going to pause and see how further things develop? And so you got to listen to his tone of voice. Is he going to be hawkish? Is it going to be dovish? What is it going to be going into the future? That's what a lot of analysts look for future guidance, because they do trade options in the future and listen for that guidance, okay? So we got to listen for it as well. And then there will be volatility here, okay? So there's going to be a lot of volatility on Wednesday during this FOMC. Some of you guys have already traded these type of events and understand that they can be very volatile. A lot of accounts get blown up during these situations with retail traders full porting, trying to predict one way what's going to happen. If that's going to be your strategy, good luck to you. Won't be my strategy for that day. And then later that evening, after all of that, we do have some Tokyo session right over here. We got some Bank of Japan. They also have their monetary policy and policy rate, okay? And then just continue moving forward into Thursday of this week. It continues with the Bank of Japan press conference. Then we have some European news, lots of European news coming out. So if you're doing the London sessions, there's a lot of European news. Then we move into Thursday into New York. Normally we do have some 8:30 news, especially Thursday, our weekly unemployment claims. And you can see that they're not even on our schedule due to the US government shutdown. So this will be the 4th week where we haven't released any weekly unemployment claims. And then we move into Wall Street. You can see that there's some European news right prior to Wall Street. If you're trading the euro at this time, again, this is the European policy rate and everything that you can see. Canada, US, Japan. You can see how it affects all of the nations around the world, okay? Finally, to finish off Friday, okay, it's going to be spooky day. It's October 31st. It's Halloween. So most of the kids will be out trick-or-treating this day, but the markets are also open on a spooky day over here. So please be careful on these spooky Fridays, because your account can get spooked out if you're not using the proper risk management. Our news for Friday morning, when we come back in, we're going to do a live New York session. What we got to watch for are these tentative folders, our core PCE price index, and the employment cost index that could be released. However, tentative might not be if the governments are still shut down, okay? And that's going to wrap up our news for the week. So the big one is Wednesday's FOMC. That's what we got to prepare for, okay? And there's also this news in the markets. U.S. and China officials reach a consensus on rare earths. Tariff pause for Trump and Xi. So this is, again, in the news right now. Top Chinese and U.S. economic officials on Sunday hashed out the framework of a trade deal for the U.S. President Donald Trump and Chinese President Xi Jinping to finalize that would pause steeper American tariffs and Chinese rare earths export controls and resume U.S. soybean sales to China. U.S. officials said U.S. Secretary Treasury Scott Bessent over here. So if you want to read a little bit more about this article, you're welcome to. It was released 11 hours ago, so that might impact the way how we trade today as well with this news, okay? Earnings. As I mentioned, it is a very, very busy week in earnings starting this morning. You can see in just less than an hour, we're going to have KDP, which is Keurig Dr. Pepper. I used to love the Dr. Pepper product. I've kind of cut back on that. But they will be reporting. Carter's Inc. will be reporting. Again, I go through this. Is there any big names? You have Bank of Marine, Bancorp, Bank of Hawaii. I don't think these are going to have a high impact on S&P 500 or NASDAQ or Dow. So let's just continue moving into the after hours. And then in the after hours today, when the markets close, we have Celestica, NXP, Semiconductors. You can see AI and semis are having a very, very bullish last few quarters. Tech is still moving up and cooling off, but still not crashing. I was reading an article saying that the tech boom is going to crash. I've yet to see a crash. I see pullbacks, much different than a market crash. And that will be this after hours today. Not much going on. Let's go into tomorrow morning. SoFi, this is a big tech company right over here. United Health Group, to all of our Dow Jones traders. United Health comprises about 10% of the entire US30 index. So this is one we have to pay particular attention to tomorrow morning at 5:55 a.m. Eastern. United Health is scheduled earnings estimate of $2.80 EPS and $113 billion quarter over quarter revenue. Okay, so this one, please circle this on your charts. If you do trade Dow Jones like myself, you got to be aware. This corporation represents 1/10 of the entire weight of the US 30. Okay, so we have to pay attention to this. PayPal tomorrow morning. UPS, United Parcel Services. Royal Caribbean Cruises. HSBC Holdings. Okay, so tomorrow we have a lot going on. We've got tech. We've got fintech. We have United Health. We've got some cruises. We have some banks. We have a lot of investment firms. So that will be tomorrow morning. Kicking off then, Tuesday in the after hours, we have Enphase Energy, Seagate Technology, Bloom Energy, Visa. Okay, so Visa, MasterCard, American Express. I can pretty much guarantee that they're going to have good earnings and revenue without even doing any research. Why? Why do I say that? I'm saying that because a lot of people don't even use cash anymore. They just, tap their Visa cards at the grocery store, at the mall, wherever you go. I'm that person as well. I tap my Visa card everywhere I go. So more individuals are, maybe getting more and more and more in debt and using their Visa cards. Times are tough right now, so they keep tapping these cards. Why would they go up? Because they're making earnings. It costs money to use your Visa card, right? There's fees involved, all of those things. So they're probably bringing in good money. That's just my assumption. But we'll see what the actual numbers are when they come out, when they're released over here. Okay. Continuing. Wednesday before the open, Verizon Communications. Okay, so these are the big telecommunications in the United States. Verizon, AT&T, Sprint, all of those. Boeing Company. These are defense contractors and big airplane producers over here. Boeing, CVS Health, Caterpillar. Caterpillar is a big company in the US 30 in Dow Jones, and they will be reporting this week as well. We move into Thursday. This is where things start to get interesting now. Now, this is where you got to circle your earnings chart on Wednesday after hours. So Wednesday, we have FOMC at 2 p.m. And then when the markets close at 4, look who is reporting, okay? Meta Platforms, formerly known as Facebook, Mark Zuckerfuck, I call him. He will be over here reporting, and they have earnings at $6.61 and almost revenue of $50 billion, okay? So this is a big corporation. This is the one that is the Magnificent Seven in the world, okay? Microsoft, same time, 405. Pretty big company, one of the largest in the entire world. It's part of the Magnificent Seven. We've got Google at 405. Okay, you can see that these three are the 7th largest companies in the entire planet. Okay, so they will all be reporting at the same time at 405, 405, 405. So can we kind of predict what the volatility is going to be like? It's probably going to be some crazy volatility at this time. Okay, when you're trading S&P 500, NASDAQ, US 30, US index are going to be impacted by these big boys reporting over here. And then you have Chipotle Mexican Grill, you got Carvana, ServiceNow, Starbucks, There is eBay, if people still shop on eBay, if that still exists. There's a lot going on, okay? So Wednesday this week, FOMC, and you got Meta, Microsoft, and Google all lined up. Pretty intense week, okay? And it's not even over. That's just Wednesday after the close. Now we move into Thursday pre-market. We have Eli Lilly. We have American Company. We have MasterCard. So Visa, MasterCard, American Express. Roblox Corporation is reporting. Comcast. There's quite a bit going on in the earnings. Okay, it's a very heavy week. And then we move into Thursday after hours, and it doesn't stop, guys. Look at Thursday. Circle Thursday after hours. We have Amazon at 4 p.m., Apple at 4:30, Coinbase, global Coinbase if you're into crypto over here, Reddit. MicroStrategy. I'm following MicroStrategy. I like to trade and invest in this company myself. I want to see what Michael Saylor is gonna talk about during these earnings. So there's a lot going on, guys. Okay. All of basically the big 7 companies will be reporting. Tesla was last week. We already seen that, and the only one we got to wait for is Nvidia. Friday before the open, we have ExxonMobil, Chevron, so oil and energy in the United States, will be reporting. We'll see how that is going. And we got Charter Communications, CNI's Canadian National Railway here in Canada. But you guys can clearly see it's a big week. And I believe NVIDIA is next week, okay? And finally, just to close off the week, not much going on Friday after hours, just one corporation. But you can see leading up till Friday pre-market, it's going to start to get really intense with starting Wednesday and Thursday, okay? So keep that in mind, guys. That will affect whatever you were trading, especially if you're trading the U.S. Stock markets, equities markets, options, or those indices that we talk about every single day, okay? Just some day-to-day news here when you're drinking your coffee. Optimism rises for Thursday's summit between Trump and Xi. A weekend of advanced talks have resulted in an environment both sides say could be conducive to compromise. So we'll see if Trump and Xi, U.S. and China, can reach some sort of agreement here on the tariffs and the rare earths trade, and hopefully, get the world back to normal over here. So that's in the markets. U.S. stock futures climb on Fed, big tech earnings, Trump and Xi meeting, what we just talked about. Bitcoin miners use computing power to service a thirsty AI boom. Trump was over in Southeast Asia over the weekend, strikes a deal on trade over there with critical minerals. Gold extends drop as U.S.-China trade progress dampens demand. Okay, so we'll be looking at gold. It's already down, you can see -2% right now. Why is it down? Well, it was trading at all-time highs for almost 9 straight weeks in a row. So it's cooling off. And there's also news, a catalyst over here, where gold extends the drop as U.S.-China trade progress dampens the demand. So if these guys reach an agreement, there won't be as much demand for gold. And that's why we could possibly see some selling in the market on gold, okay? Amazon to invest $1.6 billion in a Dutch operation. Argentina investors poised for rally after Miali landslide win. Brazilian farmers up soybeans trade as China halts U.S. business. Lots going on over here. What else we got going on? And the Eurozone to get hard data on tariff damage as ECB sets the rates, okay? And so Tesla had their earnings last week. They missed out on their Q2 profit, so we'll see how Tesla trades this week. And now we're going to get into it. So right now, the futures, S&P 5 futures are up 0.8%. Dow is up 0.55%, and NASDAQ Tech is leading the way on the tech earnings this week, and NASDAQ is up 1.15% currently, okay? And then our Discord channel, guys, we do have trade ideas, signals. We'll see if we get anything this morning. This was on indices and commodities last week, okay? So we're going to start fresh week. We'll see if we get anything going through this market, okay? And there's also a free Telegram channel pinned at the top of YouTube for all of you guys. 172 viewers. Thank you, guys. If you guys can leave us a like, we do appreciate it. Subscribe to the channel. we've had a strike on Live London on Friday. That's why they shut our stream down. So hopefully they don't shut us down again. We have to be very careful with what we say here regarding finance, okay? So I'm going to say this clearly. I am not a financial advisor, okay? Please consult your financial advisor at your local financial institution. I'm here for entertainment and education. I do live trading, but it's my own personal live trading. I risk my own capital here. And if you guys would like to follow, please use your own proper risk management. I hope you guys are all adults here. And or you're here to learn, use a demo account, okay? If you're here to learn, use a demo account, okay? Otherwise, if we don't follow those rules, YouTube is onto us to shut us down, and we don't want that, okay? We want to be here with you guys on a daily basis and help you guys out navigate these rough financial markets, okay? Guys, we do have this. If you need to learn a little bit more about risk management, we can help you out. This weekend coming up, November 1st and 2nd, 2-day event. We're going to host a 2-day boot camp. You guys are welcome to join. It's from 12 p.m. Eastern to 3 p.m. on Saturday and Sunday. You can visit this link right here. Sign up. You get a month with us, and you get that boot camp included for free to help you guys out with a little bit of risk management. It's available to anybody that wants to join. Lifetimers at SST, you guys will be included in this. It will be recorded if you miss it, and it will be uploaded on the website, okay? And here's all of our links to all of our YouTube channels. That's why please guys join this free Telegram, because you do get a lot of information on what we're doing on a day-to-day basis over here. This was a blog that we did on the weekend. What is a point of control, a POC? We talk about that. That's what I talk about when we're going to get to our analysis. So it's a little blog for you to learn a little bit more about the point of control and why it's important for traders. Okay, guys? And thank you, guys. We hit 4.5 million views on YouTube, and we're on our way to hopefully 5 million views in the near future. Okay, so thank you, guys. Everything is available in this free Telegram for you guys. Again, if you get a scammers messaging you guys with this same exact Telegram saying it's Stock Sniper Trading, it's Ron and Dave, and give us a couple $1,000 and we'll give you $10,000 in return next week, and it's a scam, okay? We wouldn't do that. We don't need your money. Believe me, we're okay here financially. We won't flip your money. We're not trading your money for you. If you give them your money or any of these Telegram channels that, you're probably not going to see your money again, okay? So just use common sense. No one is really going to flip your money in a couple days, 100%, and just like that, okay? When it sounds too good to be true, it's not true, okay? This is our website, guys. If you want to join the team, love to have you. StockSniperTrading.com. Lots of education. If you want education, we have a lot of it. Courses, boot camps. We have that one coming up, risk management, this weekend. Lots of webinars, over 100 webinars, and everything is available for you guys here. If you want to kind of educate yourself more, a little bit more on the markets, you can do that. Right over here, guys, is our live trading schedule. So you can see this is us today, 6 to 10. I'm going to be doing some post-New York sessions going into Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday from 11 to 2. If we need to go longer, we can go an extra hour till 3 p.m. And then that's when I got to tap out because I got to go get my daughter at school. And then we'll come back in on Friday, 6 to 10, and Dave will be doing some other sessions he'll announce for the private Zoom for you guys later, okay? And guys, just real quick, this blog, really fast. What is the point of control? I want you guys to learn a little bit about this. The point of control, also known as POC, some of you guys know, is a key concept in market profile analysis, which is used by traders to understand the price levels at which significant trading activity occurs. The POC represents the price level where the highest volume of trades occurred over a specific period, okay? Pay attention to this, guys. I know a lot of you guys are not listening and don't really care, but when you learn about the point of control of a candlestick, it can be life-changing. So I'm going to read this for 5 minutes, and I know probably I'm going to lose a lot of viewers, and I don't really give a shit. If you want to unsubscribe or leave, great. We'll see you guys at another time. But this is really important. When I started to learn about the point of control, it started to change my life financially. So I hope you guys are actually going to stick around and pay some attention to this, because I know everyone is impatient and just wants to see charts and candlesticks and charts and buys and sells. But if you learn this, you can set yourself up to trade for the rest of your life, every single day. You don't need to rely on anyone to hold your hand and show you this stuff. Okay? So the point of control is very important. It is an essential part of the volume profile analysis, which displays the distribution of trading volume across different price levels. Understanding the POC can provide traders with insights into market sentiment, potential support resistance levels, and areas of value. You guys all know about the fair value gaps and areas of value. So why are we not learning about this stuff? Okay, so how do we identify the POC? You can utilize a volume profile indicator on TradingView or any platform. They're available for free, and you can just write this volume profile indicator, and I'm sure that there's going to be a million different indicators, and you just find which one you are comfortable with using. Okay, so to identify the POC, traders often use a volume profile indicator on their trading platforms. This indicator plots horizontal bars on the price chart, each representing the amount of trading volume that occurred at specific price levels during a given time period. Highest volume node. The POC is the price level where the largest volume bar is located within the volume profile. This indicates that the most trading activity happened at this price, making it a focal point for traders. Timeframes. Traders can observe the POC over various timeframes, such as daily, weekly, monthly, depending on their trading strategy and objective. So understanding candlesticks all have the same characteristics. You can find a POC on a monthly candle, on a weekly, a daily, a 4-hour, hourly, a 30-minute, 5-minute, a 1-minute. Doesn't matter. You're looking for the same exact stuff. You're looking for that highest volume node where most transactions occurred. A lot of them occur in between the Fibonacci at 0.5618, 38.2, and a lot of it just right in the middle of the candle where most volume trades, and also at psychological numbers as well. That's for like an auction theory where it makes the transactions more efficient in the markets. Okay, so the significance of a POC, you can identify support and resistance. Since the POC represents a price level where market participants have shown significant interest, it often acts as a strong level of support and resistance. Prices may tend to bounce off or consolidate around the POC. Okay, so this is where you got to be patient and disciplined and allow for volume to come to you in this point of control and judge whether buyers or sellers have the momentum. The value area. The POC is often surrounded by the value area, which encompasses the price where about 70% of the trading volume took place. The area indicates where price equilibrium exists. Market sentiment or momentum. The POC that shifts upward suggests bullish sentiment or momentum, while a downward shift may indicate bearish sentiment or momentum. Monitoring changes in the POC helps traders understand evolving market dynamics. So this is gold on the daily. Some of you guys are very familiar with this chart. This big bullish candle continued this. This is the one that closed above all of this resistance, break of structure, closed with volume above. And it extended its rally for another 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. And then that was the all-time high of gold. So right here, what I did was I identified the bullish point of control of this body candle. Why? Because this is the important one that closed with the volume above, and I stretched it into the future. Then you can see we were consolidating up here for multiple days, and we had a big bearish bar continue to push down and close below. So that I found the bearish point of control. Exact same thing I did on this candle. I did the same thing on this candle, and I dragged it into the future. We have not revisited this point of control as of yet. Maybe this week we will revisit this. Maybe we keep moving away from it. But you can see we cut right through that point of control, got a wick, came back up, see where the volume closed right above it. Came back in again, volume closed above it. Came in again, volume rejected out of it. So this bullish point of control is still continuing to hold. Maybe buyers will break this resistance and drive it into that next bearish point of control, and we'll see what happens in there. However, if this point of control, this bullish one, loses and the sellers close below, this can turn into a bearish point of control and continue to push down. Okay, so implications for trading, entry and exit points, risk management, price action confirmation, why traders should learn about POC analysis. It can improve your market understanding. Mastering POC analysis enhances a trader's ability to interpret volume and price action, leading to better informed decisions. You have a strategic advantage or an edge over another trader when you understand more about point of control and volume nodes and fair value zones. So understanding the dynamics around the POC and its implications can give traders an edge, especially in volatile markets where other indicators may lag. Okay, so this is just an example of kind of what a footprint chart looks like. So you can see, like, this was where a candle kind of opened. It's got a wick down there. You can see there was low transactions, low volume down there, low volume nodes, and you can see this yellow area that's highlighted was the highest volume node. That's where most of the transactions were occurring, and it's kind of right in 50% of the majority of that volume located near the high. So that would be like a bullish point of control. On this candle, for example, you can see that this is like representing the wick. This is representing the wick on the bottom, but you can see most of the volume was transacting right in here with the bullish point of control or bearish point of control where this yellow area is highlighted. That's where most of the transactions were occurring. And then this is another example where you see a big wick that came up but got rejected, and the body closed down in here, with this being the biggest volume node right over here, and that would be your point of control of the candle where most of the transactions occurred. Okay, so some tips for us as traders: combine with other indicators. Use the POC alongside moving averages, RSI, or Fibonacci retracement levels to validate signals and reduce false entries. Dynamic adjustments. Regularly update your understanding of the POC as new data comes in, since market conditions and sentiment can shift rapidly. That's why it's always good to maybe do your POC after a candlestick has closed. You can do it while it's still running, but when a candle opens and closes, that's it. You can see exactly where the point of control of that candle is. And also you can use this for backtesting and practice. And then finally, by integrating POC analysis into your trading toolkit, traders can enhance their interpretive skills related to volume and price movements, ultimately contributing to more strategic and potentially profitable trading decisions. Okay, so there, I just read the blog over for you guys. You guys can go ahead and read all these blogs on your own. There's the POC one. This was the one where we did the trading in the Tokyo sessions, and we're still in this government shutdown, and just other blogs we have available here for you guys. Okay. Finally, guys, if you guys can hit the subscribe button, we do appreciate you guys. We're at 87,000. Let's see if we can get up to 200 today. That would be another 80 subs. We'd appreciate that. Continue to hit the like on the YouTube channel, and let's continue to get into the charts now. Okay, so this is why everyone is here. This is what interests you guys, is more just get into trading. Some of you guys are here for education as well. I do respect you guys, because once you learn this stuff, you're set for the rest of your life. Okay, but it takes time to learn. I wish I could teach it in a couple minutes, but it takes, you know, they say it takes 5 minutes to learn trading, but it takes a lifetime to master it. And I can attest to that. I've been in the markets now for 25 years. I started very young. I'm 43 years old. So I can say, if I started at 18 years old, that's 25 years in. Have I been profitable all those 25 years? Hell no. My first 5 years, I had no idea what I was doing. I was a young kid, full porting, over leveraging, get rich quick. And lost all of my money. So it took me quite a long time to grind back and make up all of my losses. But since then, life is good. So I hope that you guys will eventually learn. Some of you guys are. Some of you guys are still playing games in these markets. I suggest you start learning how to properly trade and stop wasting your time. Okay? It's not going to get you anywhere if you just gamble in these markets. Okay? Now, we're going to get into this. I'd like to say hello to everybody. Welcome. Good morning. Welcome, Trevor. Good morning. Conrad, Nick, Ferdinand. Welcome, guys. Mike, Abdullah. Welcome. Thank you for joining, guys. Rob. Trevor, you sent us a ticket. I haven't received it. We'll look at it later on, okay? No worries. Christoph, welcome. Frank, good morning. And everyone on YouTube, thank you guys as well for joining. Appreciate you guys. Welcome. Morpheus Trades, #1 today. Welcome. Trading upwards. Thank you for joining. Bart, good morning. Welcome. Mamur, welcome. Sriketh, welcome. Welcome, guys. Okay. And I'm going to start to do a top-down analysis on gold. So you guys either have your charts already done, or we're going to learn together how to do this. But I'm going to start off on the daily. I can see a big bullish candle coming up. I know some of you guys are asking, Ron, buy or sell? I don't know. You do what you got to do. I'm going to do an analysis right now, okay? I want to know how gold has been trading the last few months, the last few weeks, how it traded last week, how it traded on Friday. Not just worried about the last 5 minutes right now, okay? So this is what I want to look at. We've had those 9 straight bullish weeks moving up where gold made that big all-time high right up to here. Where's our all-time high? It's right here, 4,380. Remember, if you're trading futures, you probably have a different all-time high up there. Again, just a bunch of numbers, and the candlestick should look very, very similar, okay? But there's an all-time high supply zone right there. You can see from the all-time high wick down to those bodies right in there. It takes a few bodies to identify a zone. Once it's identified, stretch it into the future, okay? Very easy. That shouldn't be complicated right there, what I just did. If that's complicating you, then you got to continue to learn, okay? So when that came up, that looks like it's the top coming back down where we are right now. We were consolidating here for a few days, and now look at the sellers are continuing to push it down, maybe possibly on the China-US trade agreement right now. Maybe gold is selling off and wants to continue to push down and fill that wick. However, if it was going to come back up, we would be identifying 50% point of control, that big red candle, big bearish candle right there, and maybe coming up to the double top all-time high supply and coming down. We don't need to entertain that right now because we're nowhere near this. So what I want to do is just continue moving down. I want to figure out the point of control of that big bearish candle because that was a critical one that closed below all of this structure. So what I do is grab my Fibonacci tool, what we just were reading about, from the opening price to the closing price. And what I do here is I look for the 0.5. Once I find that, I draw a line. I use a yellow line for a daily point of interest. And then what I also do is I draw then my zone. I like to call it the point of control right there. It is bearish, so it is a bearish point of control coming back up. And once I'm done that, I get rid of it, okay? I can get rid of my fib tool, stretch that into the future. So if we ever do come back, you see, the highest point we've transacted where it came off, where it came back up, came back, that's it. It's that high. 4,160 is our resistance. So the buyers have not pushed above this yellow line in order to transact in that red zone, okay? So if it does come in there, it's got a high probability it'll transact in there. There's sellers in there. That's why it's called a bearish point of control. And then it could be a lower high in the market and continue to push down, okay? However, it could be false. What if there's more buyers that break through there? Then it might come into the double top all-time high supply. And then when it comes back down, this might invert into a bullish point of control. Just switch the color, and then we could be doing something like that. However, we don't need to worry about that right now because we got a leg pushing down. Now we got to see how far down we can start pushing down. So this was Tuesday of last week. We opened back up bullish right there, got rejected, came back down, created that big low down there, okay? So that was last week's low. Let's just place a yellow line to identify that. Look at the number 2. 4,003. So just right at that psychological 4,000, it's holding. Big buyers brought it right back up and it closed right there. And then our next bar opened right there. So I like to look at those as points of interest where bars close and open. When it opened, there was initial drawdown on Thursday of last week, higher low, came back to the opening price. We pushed up. Notice how it didn't break that high right there. It's a lower high. They rejected it back down and we're barcoding. A bearish body, a bullish body. And then Friday, we opened again bullish. It came back up, but it failed a third time to even break those highs, sellers came in. So we've got a lower high, lower high, lower high, and we're still below this bearish point of control. And then sellers stepped right back in, sold it back down, right down to there, but didn't fill that wick and continued to make a new lower low in the market. Friday, buyers came back in and pushed it right back up, and we closed right there. Anticipating some news over the weekend to continue to go back up, but you see China and US are talking trade truce and agreement, and so gold is selling off right now. How did today open? Look at it. It's a bearish ignited bar. So that's our opening price right here. That's our opening price. 4,110 is bearish ignited. It didn't even open and come up blue to even attempt to drive into half of this candle or to even attempt at these bodies right up here. So you can see that opening price is bearish ignited. That is actually our highest point. So that's a purple line up there. That's our highest point today, 4,109. And sellers stepped in right away today and started pushing this thing down to those bodies. Started pushing. Look at filling. It filled Friday's wick, and we've created a new lowest point today. Okay, so I'm just going to mark our lowest point right now. Will it hold? 4,023? No, this volume could continue to push down, come down to the purple line, and continue to break and fill Wednesday's low. And then that will be, we'll see, will it be tweezer bottom lows? Will this be a higher low? Will it break for a new lower low? If it comes back down, all the way down here and fills this wick and breaks this yellow line and drops further, I would be targeting these two bodies right here at 3,975. So not only do I have a body and a body as a point of interest, I also have that nice psychological number, exactly 3,975. I always talk about a 0.25% points. So 3,900, next one would be 3,925. After that, 3,950. After that, 3,975. Then we go to 4,000. Then 4,025. 4,050, 4,075, 4,100, so on and so forth. How does FOMC do interest rates? They do them quarter point at a time, 25 basis points, 50 basis points, 75 basis points. That's how markets move, okay? So you got to get to know some psychological numbers as well. And then when you have a point of interest and a nice number, you have confluence. You have then more understanding. So that's what I would be looking for. And then below that, I've got a wick and a wick and a wick. So where do I identify that there's some demand in the market? I'm going to say right in there because we can see it right now. That when it transacted down there, you see when it came down there, the buyers brought it right back up. It came back down there, buyers closed it right there at 39.75. Again, it opened bearish, buyers brought it right back up and started that big leg that led us to that all-time high. So if I stretch that green zone into the future, that's where I expect. If we come back down, selling in here, that's where big buyers could be located to take gold back up. Not back to the all-time high, but could be, we'll test maybe back in here, here, or here, or here, okay? Do you guys understand where it kind of came up, pulled back in there, good support, and continued with that big leg? Now we're coming right, if you look like from this leg all the way up, now we could be coming all the way right back in there, and that's where I anticipate that there could be some buyers to push it either back up to here, maybe up to here, and it could go back down, right? Then we test that block again. Will it hold up again, or are sellers going to break it? And if they break it, close below, that same box, we would just make it red, and then it could be offers in the market, get rejected, and we're continuing gold to sell off, okay? So we have to acknowledge that area, okay? Everyone following so far? Am I going too fast? Do we all follow? Okay. Are we all good? Sometimes I talk fast, but, you know, you got to understand what we're doing. Okay, so we've opened. Just a recap of today's bearish candle coming all the way down, and now it's got a wick. Now, what we can do is, see this big bullish candle right over here? Maybe I want to find 50% of that candle to see if we're at resistance or we're at support levels. So what I'm doing, just going to cut that big body candle in half. Okay, why? Because this is a very important body candle. This is the one that closed above all of this structure. So when I'm looking at 0.5 of this body, it's right there. And I can see 4,061, we are below it right now, okay? So that, in fact, is, this yellow line is still resistance. Can we see if the buyers can bring it all the way back up to 4,060, I would say, and see what happens there? Will they flip it back up, or will those sellers enter and continue to push the momentum down? That's a point of interest, okay? It's representing 50% of this big bullish candle, and you can see we broke it right there, but the volume closed above it. It came down right around there and went back up. We broke it on Friday, volume closed above it. Now we're pushing all the way down through there again. Will it come back up and be above this and move up? Or are sellers now in control of 4,062 to continue to push this thing down, okay? So when volume is below, that's resistance. That's resistance. When volume is above, then this will act as support, right? Okay, so on the daily, very bearish. Today is a very bearish day. When they opened it, you can tell by the ignited open and dropping, filling wicks, okay? We are also on a bearish leg coming down. However, someone's going to say to me, well, Ron, gold is overall bullish. How can you say it's bearish? I'm talking about this leg down is a bearish leg coming down. If we talk overall over the last few months, yes, gold is bullish. Then if we're talking about this is a bullish rally. This is a potential. It's not a market crash. It's not gold crashing. It's correcting itself. It could come right back inside here, and it could break right through all of these things. And again, we're moving for a new all-time high. Absolutely, okay? I agree with you. But we have to also be honest with ourselves and understand that this is a bearish leg coming down, okay? So if we are still buying, we are still counter buying this trend right now. Like right here, there was buyers. There was buyers on that wick. There was buyers on that wick, and the market is coming right back down, and they're in drawdown currently right now, or attempting to break their stop losses or, liquidating them, okay? They are trying to buy with the trend, but they're failing right now. Why? Because today's daily bar is coming back down, filling all these wicks. It should have, when it came up there, right there, it should have opened bullish and continued to go up. But we had news over the weekend regarding China and the US. That's why I don't like holding positions over the weekend, because you could look at the technicals. Technicals look proper. They got wicks, and it looks like it wants to open bullish and go right back up. But news happens. We can't control the news, right? So you got to be careful. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to break this daily candle into increments, in 4-hour increments. Now I can see a little bit more. I can see the beautiful double top on the 4 hours. Look how visually beautiful it is. It came right in there, one top. There's the neckline. There's the second top. And there's the big black candle that closed below the structure, advancing it down. And when it came back up, you can see it's a lower high on the 4 hours, and they're coming back down with this leg. This could be, again, a double bottom on the 4 hour. However, they could bring it down in the bigger daily demand box and then get the 4 hour bigger buyers in there, okay? So right now, this could also be like a 4 hour double bottom. You see this 4 hour candle that came in there, right at that yellow line, got the wick right back up. Then it came back in there, got a wick, right back up. Came in there a third time, got a wick, right back up. We just touched it right now at the close of this candle. This is Europe, 2 to 6 a.m. It opened, look at lower highs, pushing down, came all the way down right there. That created the lowest point of the day, came back up. Now we got this small doji 4 hour candle with 3 hours still left to go on it. Will this one start to come back up, or are they going to continue to break through here? Good buying opportunity would be in the green zone down in here, right? But also could be a good buying opportunity here too. So you see where this purple line and this yellow line, we've got a wick, and a wick in there. What I can do is draw like a green zone in here to let us know that when those 4 hour candles came in here, buyers rejected it back out. 4 hour candle came in there, buyers rejected it back out. This 4 hour candle came in there, buyers rejected it back out, okay? So that's our 4 hour supporting area right above this daily block, okay? So I can even write on here so we know what this is. This is a 4H support area, okay? support zone, whatever you want to call it. Okay, so it's a 4-hour supporting zone. Do we have like a 4-hour resistance zone? I can see when it comes right up to here, goes back down. Comes up here, goes back down. Comes in here, back down. So we have a 4-hour resistance zone at that yellow line. Bring it down to those bodies. Then all you have in there are 4-hour rejection wicks. Right in here, came in, back down. Came in, back down. Stretch that into the future so you can see now how the 4-hour candles are trading. Down in here, back up. Resistance, back down, holding, came back up, lower highs, and they're pushing it right back down, okay? So that's what we have going on right now. We can also write with this one that this is a 4H resistance zone. Okay, so we have some labels. We made our charts all fancy here. Now what we can do is, should we be buying right now or should we be looking at the hourly? So what I'm going to do is go into the hourly now. I'm going to break apart and then I can see how that big hourly candle came right in there. It was Tuesday, futures market. We were trading this. It came right in there and came right back out, came up and then back down, kind of double bottomed in there, came back up. So see, even the hourly candles are struggling to break here, coming back down, higher low, tried right there. That should have broke above with that higher low support, failed, lower high, sellers bring it right back down. Now we got that hourly candle at 4 a.m. closed below that daily point of interest. And now we got thin volume trading on the last few hours, okay, on these. So just look how thin the volume is compared to all of the bigger candles. So what I like to look now for is white lines. Where can I place a point of interest on the white line? See that wick, how it just came down there and just held the market down at 4,043? That's where I'm going to draw a white line. That's showing me where hourly support came in the market, right here, where it stopped and went right back up. And then I look across and then I see it's a wick right there as well. So good hourly support is here. Now, look at what just happened at 4 a.m. It broke below it impulsively and closed right at the white line. It came back up bullish. They rejected it back down. Volume closed below the white line. It came up one more time, impulse, and pushing back down, and the volume is still below that white line. So we have to watch now. Will hourly volume close above this white line? And then if it does, it could fill those wicks and push back up to this yellow line, maybe a little higher. Next hourly resistance would be right here. Look at where all the hourly bodies are. Body, 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 wick, 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 4,082. So now I'm identifying my scalp zones. If it breaks above this yellow line, it's got a high probability to reattempt that hourly resistance. If it fails, it's coming back down. If it can break, we got to watch our daily. And then that's the highest point of the day at the purple line, okay? So right now, what I also watch for is 5-minute or 15-minute volume. If it can get above that white line, like if we can get 5 or 15-minute above there, close, maybe retest this, maybe we look for a scalp buy to move up a little bit, right? However, the volume is still below there, so sellers are still in control, okay? So this could continue to sell down, where? Into this green zone, and you see right there, that would be 50% of the green zone. If you measure this entire green zone from there to there, 50% is right there. Then you see you got an hourly wick, you got an hourly close, and you have a bullish ignited hourly open right here. That's where we got to place a white line, 4,014, okay? So what is the trend right now? It was bearish on the daily, it was bearish on the 4-hour, and we're still bearish on the hourly. However, the last few hours have not created a new lower low in the market. So we have to acknowledge that, okay? Now when we go into the 5 minutes, this is what we got going on the 5 minutes. It's a lower high, lower high, lower high, lower high. If you want to draw a trend line from all the way from up here, you're welcome to. You can connect the dots like this if you like, from this point to maybe that point, continuing with those points, or you could go all the way up there. I don't like to do that. I like to go with like kind of my first point there and then just continuing with that point. And then you can see how that looks like there was a little bit of a fake out of volume. and then it came back in. At that daily, there was no buyers right there to push it back up. So you still see we are still below, we're descending down. Okay, so are we going to descend down right into that hourly strong demand zone in this green box? Or is it building right now? Okay, so the way how these 5-minute candles now look, like they're just in a range, coming up, going back down, coming up, going back down, coming up, going back down, coming up, going back down. Okay, so with these 5-minute candles, what we can do is kind of consolidate the volume. Right there. I'm going to trap all that in there, just make it neutral. I can see there was impulse break, back in, impulse break, back in, impulse, back in, impulse, 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 impulse. Got up there, lower highs, pushing back down. That was an impulse break, back in the box. That was an impulse candle, back in the box. Big bullish candle came back up, and now we're coming right back down. So one thing I don't see is, I don't see any blue volume closing above the box, above the trend line. That's where we could look or entertain a buy. And I don't see any bearish volume closing below this box yet. I see wicks, so they are coming down, but I don't see any closing volume, okay? So what we got to do is maybe just continue to wait it out, see what's happening while it's accumulating in here. Yes, it could maybe break to the upside and do something like this, absolutely. But there's been a lot of failed attempts, okay? So we need to see more closing volume above there. And we're also seeing maybe it could come down here, which it did there, and did there. But we don't have any closing volume. If we get closing volume, maybe we come back. Then this is a confirmed area to sell. And maybe we'll push back down to the lowest point of the day. Maybe down into this green zone down in here. Okay. Otherwise, we might just be trading like this. Up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, maybe go back up a little bit, come back down, right? But what we can do is also, if we're scalping, if we're trading inside this neutral zone, why don't we calculate the whole zone? Why don't we go from the bottom here to the top? That's a massive zone. It's about almost $12 on gold, so that would be about 120 minute, or not 120 minute, 120 pip zone, right? So if you kind of buy the bottom and you get up there, that might be your daily goal. You might even be done trading. If you're selling the top and it comes down 50, 75, 100, 120 pips, that might be your daily goal down there. However, we can scalp inside. We could look for just half a move for like 50 pips if you want to trade in here, okay? What I see is this kind of big bullish candle. If I just cut it in half right now, then I want to see, okay, so I see right there how it came back. See the wick? Pulled right into 50%, came back up, pulled back right in there, came back up, lower highs. There it closed below 50%. We had that next leg pushing down, but now it's bullish. And look at it, it's attempting that red line, which is resistance right now. So sellers might be continuing to push this thing down unless we can get some blue volume closing above this red line to turn it to support to come back up. That's if we want to entertain trading inside here. Otherwise, we can just, continue to wait it out, let the markets accumulate. I don't think gold is going to sit and trade in this box all day. It's been trading in here for quite some time, since just before 5 a.m. Right now it's 7. So about 2 hours, over 2 hours, it's been just coiling up inside here, okay? So they will eventually redistribute this volume either to the upside or to the downside, depending if we have news, who accumulates more, if we get closing bodies above or below. But let's see what will happen here, okay? And we can add our SST daily bar indicator beside us, just to remind us how bearish today's daily candle is. Remember when it opened, there was no push to the upside. It's a bearish ignited candle, came all the way down bearish. Okay, so you can see kind of the opening price was right over here at 6 p.m. and just dropped. Okay, came back up, retested, lower highs, pushing down, came back up, lower high, broke for a new lower low, came back up, lower highs, push for a new lower low, and this is where we're trading at. So right now, there is a wick at the lowest point of the day, and it is building another wick and another wick. So if we're scalp buying these 5-minute candles, we're counter trading against the big daily candle. But that's why if it comes up just a little bit, we got to also know that this is daily resistance, That's hourly resistance. Also, this big bearish bar coming down, it already came up and got rejected there. It already came up and got rejected there. So you got to acknowledge 50% of that big bearish candle is right there. Look at the number, 4,050, okay? So if I'm scalping my way up, you better believe I'm going to pay attention to that red line. I just guessed that that's halfway because I looked at that wick, and then I looked at the number 4,050. But if you bring your Fibonacci tool where you're not guessing anymore, there's the opening balance, closing balance. You can maybe adjust it if you like now to exactly 0.5. And you could also draw a 5-minute point of control zone right there as well, if you like, to show that if we're trading in there and we're buying, you got to know that there is sellers there that are holding the market down. Okay, so like if I get a buy, let's say above this white line and I'm trading into there, I'm measuring that move. Let's say it breaks out of there and it drives in there, that's about 60 pips. If it comes in there, it could just come right in there and go right back down, okay? Or yes, it could break like that, but look at what it's doing. It came right in there, back down. Came 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 in there, back down. What happens if it comes in there again and we're up 60 pips? We go to a stop loss to break even, scale some money out because it could just go right back down. Yes, it could break and go higher, absolutely. But just look at the history, what's showing, how many times it went in there, and what are the results. To me, it's showing me sellers are winning in there. Okay, so if it comes in there again, I'm going to assume that the sellers are there and they're going to win again. If buyers can prove to me they can break it out of there and close it above there, okay, then that will switch my bias, because then I'll switch my zone to green. Maybe this will develop with more buyers and we can move our way back up to here, okay? But right now, look at even that candle. That was big bullish candle. Look at what the sellers did. Lower high and rejected it right back down. So we don't even have bullish volume closing above 50% of that. This is still resistance. Now we got a shooting star candle coming down. This is to start 7 a.m. It's closing in 23 seconds. Let's see, will it close below this zone? Do you guys have any questions about anything? Are we confused about the analysis? Are you guys in any trades right now? I can add the 9 EMA is the green line. We're below 9 EMA. The 200 EMA on the chart is all the way up here. Okay, we're nowhere near the 200 EMA. This is the 9 EMA right here. No trades, guys? Is this a good area to be trading? What do you guys think? Do you guys see a trend right now, or what do you guys? No, it's not the great. No, it's not a good area unless you're scalping. Like if you were in those sell body candles, you made some money. Get out, grab your money. Okay. If you were in a buy, you made some money. Get your money and get out, or at least go to a break even and scale something out. Okay, so, buyers are still coming back up, but they're not closing with any conviction. Like that was a strong bullish candle, got up there, and they rejected it back down. Again, we're coming up with a strong bullish candle, but is it going to be another just impulse break and then they slam it back down? Or is it going to actually close above this red line? Okay, a lot of traders just assume that this is going to go up, so they take a buy prior to it closing. Okay. You can do that, but what happens if you did it on all of these other candles that were coming up? You'd be in drawdown, right? So why don't we just wait and see if a blue candle will close above there? That's it. That requires patience. You know how hard it is for a scalper to learn patience? And I know it sucks for a live session because it's not as exciting. This is boring. But we can't change the way how the market is moving. This is how it's moving. We have to respect it. We either buy or we sell or we wait, okay? And then if you're trading inside here, whether you are buying or selling, just lower your risk a little bit because it's not really trending. It's not really showing us a direction. Unless we're just going with the higher time frame, yes, it is bearish. But we're also going to respect we're trading at the lowest point of the day where a lot of buyers came in right there at 455. A lot of buyers came in there at 510. A lot of buyers just came in there at 630. So there is buyers rejecting the move, but we still have sellers continuing to push it down. Let's see now. Will this be the first bearish body to close below here? See how they kind of just boom, they just drop it. So they are redistributing all of that accumulation, sell side delta volume to the downside. And they could be attacking all of these buyers' stop losses now. Like if you bought that candle, maybe your stop loss is below the lowest point of the day. If you bought this candle, maybe your stop loss is down in here. So the market knows where stop losses are and wants to come and trigger those. Why? Because stop losses are liquidity in the market. Okay, so you can see if you were buying, you're buying, it's not good. Like you can see, yes, there was nice big bullish moves, failed in there. These candles didn't even close above 50% of that bullish candle to, gain momentum. So sellers are still pushing it down. Now we got 1 more minute to go. Let's watch how and where this body will close. See how it came down again? Maybe it will come back up near the close and close back in the consolidated box, and then we go back up blue again. And it will be, again, a failed breakout down here. However, if that black volume closes below here, then it could come back up to retest, and sellers now are positioning themselves over here to continue to sell this thing down with confirmation, okay? So let's wait for this close in 30 seconds now. Chris, you're running 100 pips. Nice. Good job. Trail it behind with a trailing stop loss, or at least move your stop loss to break even, right? Here's the close, guys. So 10 more seconds. So you see it came all the way down there. Did it take out that low? It doesn't look like it took out that low, right? So it's not a new lower low in the market. It's got a higher low. And look at where the volume is. Look at where it closed. Right at our zone again, okay? So it's very technical. They closed it right at the box, okay? It didn't close like deep down in here. So, you either got to go with it or you got to continue to pause and see what happens here, okay? So now it's bearish again. Will it come and fill that entire wick and create the new low? I like, looking for short wicks, because sometimes it just fills the wick and then drops more. This one has to fill that wick and then continue to drop. So it's already filled it. Now let's see if it can continue to drop down. And if it breaks that, the last thing is the lowest point of the day, that wick right there. That's the lowest point of the day. If the buyers are here, they're gonna, protect the lowest point of the day at all costs. But this will really tell us how strong this selling pressure is. So if you're selling, fantastic. You're selling with the market. Remember, the daily is bearish, 4 hours bearish, hourly is bearish, the 5-minute candles are bearish. If you were buying, you're going against the trend, okay? So it's very bearish right now. What we could be doing is, if we're not in this candle, we could wait to sell a pullback, maybe somewhere around here at this red box, if it comes back up to us there. Okay, so it just tapped into the lowest point of the day. If you're looking for buys, remember it's better to buy at a higher time frame demand zone than just buy any one of these wicks. Okay, so we have more demand down in here. Guys, what's going on in the markets? Not a lot of traders today. We only have 200 viewers. Not a lot going on. Is everyone taking a vacation right now or end of the year? What's going on? Not busy. Not a lot of traders. Long weekend? Oh, clocks changed in the UK? Okay. Oh. I see. Okay, makes sense. No trade yet. No trade yet. We're just waiting to see, okay? So you see that? That came all the way down to lowest point of the day. It did break the lowest point, but, you know, triggered buyers. So if you're in a sell, like you also got to think about, you know, closing your position down there because you're in a sell. You want to close it where the buyers are. They're obviously there at the lowest point of the day because this could start to reverse back up. But it's going to close now in 90 seconds. Let's see if we can continue with bearish volume closing below this zone. Oh, for you guys, I started 1 hour earlier today and we'll be like that for the next 3 weeks. We'll catch up with you guys with the time too. I think we change it coming up very, very soon as well. It is Halloween this Friday, so normally they change the clocks there, so it's darker when the kids go trick-or-treating. I'm going to go trick-or-treating myself, so if I come to your house, guys, make sure you have some Mars bars, caramel, and O. Henry's for me. Okay? That's all I need. Oh, if you got Twix too, I'll take a Twix. Mars, Twix, O. Henry's. If you, I'll be coming. I'll be looking for some candy and some weed. Yeah, if you guys got some weed, okay, I'll take a few joints. I'll take some chocolate bars and sour kits. If you guys got sour kits, I'll take those too. What do you guys want me to dress up as? I might be Squidward. You guys ever watch SpongeBob and SpongeBob SquarePants? I might be Squidward. My daughter is SpongeBob, so I might dress up as Squidward and go with her. I'll just be eating all the candy. Okay, so we tapped into the lowest point of the day, actually broke it, came up, closed right there. Bullish, ignited candle coming back up with the momentum of that candle, okay? So now, again, we got to see, will it retest this red zone up here? Are we going to come back and retest? Or is it going to be like a lower high representing the point of control of that candle? Remember what we just talked about? Point of controls. And maybe it will continue to push down, okay? What it's doing right now. So remember we talked about the point of control. Point of control is about 50% of that candle right there. And you can still see that the sellers are still there offering to those buyers to maybe potentially push it right back down, okay? So I'm just going to watch what they're doing in here because it's kind of consolidating right in here now. So it's at a critical area now where maybe I want to see if it will bear flag and continue to push down, or buyers are accumulating it here to maybe start to bring it back up a little bit, okay? So I'm still waiting here. Dress up as a stop loss? Yeah, I should do that. Or dress up as Powell? Yeah, we could do that. Okay, so the trend is still technically bearish, right? So if we're looking to sell, either we gotta see if this gets rejected and then we sell the low there, or we wait for maybe a retest of this red zone. You see how it hasn't retested the red zone yet, okay? So that's another thing. If it comes in here, maybe more sellers are here to push it down. We haven't came back in here as of yet. And we have 1 more hour exactly until the COMEX market opens. That's the commodities exchange. Okay, that's in 1 hour from now. So that will be a lot more volume will be coming into the markets. That's the commodities exchange open 8:20 a.m. Eastern. That's for gold, silver, and other precious metals. Okay, so there it got rejected and back down. Now we got 90 seconds to go into the close. Okay, so the direction is still bearish. Okay, so you see how they can fake you out like on a buy candle coming up and then they bring it right back down. So you see how that buy candle failed to get above 50% point of control, didn't even transact in a red zone. So if you're still buying, you're still counter trading right now. Okay. I don't see like even one blue candle closing. I see a black candle, black candle, black candle, black candle, black, black, black with lower highs. So let's see, will this be our first blue candle that closes near the lowest point of the day here? Okay, so it came down, coming right back up again. When will I personally trade? Whenever I personally see a good trade. Okay, just relax, relax. Okay, we're here to trade. What do you want me to do? Just say I'm going in a trade right now just to make you happy and not even care about what's going on in the market? Let's try that, okay? We're here, we're trading, we're analyzing. That's what trading is. It's not just jump in on every single candle and hope for the best. Do you understand we're at the lowest point of the day here? It's in a selling pressure and we got some buyers interested, but it could go down further. So what do you want us to do? You tell me. Just jump in and go? I can do that. No problems. See, I can tell a lot of you guys are gamblers. A lot of you guys are very impatient. That's why you guys will struggle as traders. I went through that stage in life. I know what it's like, and I don't want to go back there. You can go in that. If you want to be impatient, go. Try it. Test it out. See how far it gets you in trading. I'm not even paying attention now, okay? Because we're talking silly things. That was a nice bearish candle to potentially get in a sell right there, okay? And now I missed it. So I don't want to sell the bottom point, or I could have got in on that, okay? What do you guys think about the big tech earnings this week, Wednesday and Thursday, with the big names? Amazon, Apple, Microsoft, Google. What are you guys thinking? They're going to have good earnings. Meta, Facebook. Fireworks. Yeah. Guys, I'm just reading Financial Juice. Gold seen averaging 4,275 an ounce in 2026. Silver seen averaging $50 an ounce in 2026. Japan's finance minister Katayama had a meeting with U.S. Treasury Secretary Bessent. Okay, so lots going on in Asia right now with the U.S. Two more minutes to go. We're still in this flag here. Could continue to push down. So let's just look at this daily bar. Okay, let's go to the daily since we're right. Let's look at it. Okay, so this is today's daily bar. Okay, so this is where we're trading on the 5 minutes, right down in here. So this could continue to come, and then look at what we have. Last Wednesday, it transacted right down in there, 4,003, 4,000 area, and had that big rejection. So even today, we might be coming in and trading in this green zone, okay? So we really have to watch that yellow line at 4,003 to see if it will be an equal bottom low down there and they protect it from breaking down, or that white line at 4,013, that hourly line right in the middle there. But right now, it's still holding a tiny wick. So if we look to consider to buy, we're still got a heavy daily candle that could take us out and go back down, okay? So if you are selling, the momentum is selling, okay? It is coming down heavy, but if buyers will step in here to prevent it from breaking down further on the 5 minutes, we should start to see some buyers stepping in, and I don't see them stepping in yet. See, it's still a bearish candle pushing down on the 5 minutes. So if you guys are looking for buys, the RSI now is starting to get relatively a little bit oversold, but we're not oversold yet. It's not below 50. So you got to kind of be patient if you're looking for buys. Otherwise, just continue selling with the market, right? But I don't want to just sell the lowest point. I want to kind of maybe wait for it to come buyers to buy it back up right in there. Then I sell at the red zone. It hasn't been retested. I sell at a premium area as opposed to selling at the lowest point. Then maybe it will come back down with more volume, and then I make money selling down. Okay, but I got to continue to watch in here, okay? Here's the close. So it did close below that previous low, opening bearish. Shorter wick. It's not one of these long wicks. It's a shorter wick. So it could definitely go bearish and take out that wick and start to travel down into that lowest point of the day. Okay, so what we got to also watch for is if it gets rejected at the point of control of that bearish candle, which is right there. Okay, so it's coming right back up bullish. There's 50% of that candle. Will it get rejected there and push right back down? And then it's targeting this wick and the lowest point of the day to continue to move down. Now we're kind of barcoding where it's bearish, bullish, coming back in. We'll see, can these buyers close it above here and engulf that? Then, they're building a little something to maybe continue to take it up. However, it could get rejected and come right back down. Okay, so there's the rejection. New York will push up the market. Yeah, we'll see about that. Yeah. And guys, in 3.5 more minutes, we'll be moving into 7:30. So we'll get a new 30-minute candle as well in the market. That's going to provide some momentum, some volatility. You can take a look at your 30-minute candles, how they're trading as well. Okay, so the 30-minute candles, you can see they all have lower highs, lower highs, lower high, lower high, lower high. That one broke the lowest point of the day. So when you're talking about taking liquidity, they did take out the lowest point of the day, and now it's coming right back up. So maybe the next 30 minutes might come up bullish. However, if it closes bearish down in here, we might have still 30-minute bearish volume still to come down and continue to push down, okay? Okay, so you see now the market is kind of mixed reactions. Okay, we have sellers, there's buyers, there's sellers, there's buyers right now. But the market's not really moving anywhere. Okay, so it's still consolidating, still coiling up. There's nice little trades to be made inside here, but there's now the big push down, the rejection. And they've rejected it. So let's see if it comes back down. Now it comes back up at the opening balance. Let's see if they can continue to push this thing down with 2 more minutes to go into the new 30-minute candle. Okay, so let's keep an eye on this. Get ready. We could be now positioning ourselves for a trade going into the next 30 minutes. Okay. What I want to see is, where will this volume close? Will it close above 50% of this bearish candle? Will it close engulfed all the way up here? Or will sellers continue to push it and then it close bearish below here? And then maybe we're going to continue to move down. So 90 seconds to go. A bullish candle coming all the way right back up. Again, we're barcoding. Bearish, bullish. They slammed it down, but came right back up. Again, they pushed it right back again. Down, okay? And it's frustrating for buyers and sellers at this point, okay? So both sides are getting frustrated here. Buyers are getting frustrated as it comes up. It's not breaking any new highs. Sellers coming down. It's not breaking any new lows right now. So it's just stuck in this consolidated range with 50 seconds to go. I'm just going to check my spreads right now, guys. I have a 0.6, 0.7 spread. Not bad. I like to trade when it's more at 0.5 or lower. And in the last 30 seconds, tell you a lot about the momentum going into the candle. Okay, so we got that 25 seconds to go. Here's the close. Get ready, guys. And a new 30-minute candle is opening. Okay, so it closed below that red line. Let's see if it opens bearish and starts dropping. Okay, so it's a bearish drop. Got a wick. Let's see. It's got that ignited head. Okay, let's see if it can continue fill and drop down. It's ignited. It's still got that head. It's a hanging man candle. Can it continue to come down and start pushing down? That's when I'm going to look to maybe sell with this volume. Okay, it's a bear flag. Still holding. But it's got that wick returning. So the candle hasn't turned blue yet. Okay, there it turned blue. So there's the flip. Let's see if they reject it now or it's going to start to move back up. Okay, so they just rejected it. It's a bullish hammer candle. Okay, it's still trading in this zone. Okay, so it's a tough candle right now. Still inside here. Okay, I'm going to sell the candle. I'm going to place my stop loss. You know, I could go right at 50% of that red zone. I'm going to sell. Okay, I'm going to see if we can continue to push down at 730 with this volume. It's got lower highs in the markets. Okay, maybe if we can get more selling pressure, also black candle closing below here, we could maybe continue to push down to the lowest point of the day. So I'm going to sell. Stop loss, I could place it right at 50% of that red zone, but it could, you know, come in there and then go back down. So I'm just going to increase my stop loss just above the zone and look to see if we can take out today's lowest point of the day and drop, you know, just right above that white line, somewhere kind of in there. Okay, so I'm in a sell, maybe to see if we can continue to go down, selling with this momentum, with the daily candle, with all of the momentum to the downside, but 730 could, you know, advance this thing back up. But I'm going to entertain a sell, see what happens here. Okay, lowered my risk. I don't have big risk in the trade because I gave it a bigger stop loss. I'm going to also watch my stop loss. Okay, if I start seeing it coming up here, I might prematurely close the trade and get out of it. Okay, so I'm just going to monitor this candle by candle, right? Because if it starts coming back up here and closing like engulfed above here, then it could start to come into here. Maybe I don't want to sit and wait for it to hit my stop loss. So just going to be watching this, guys. 2 more minutes to go, candle by candle, okay? So we got to wait for the full body to close, which unfortunately is another 2 minutes. So far, the first half of the candle showing a little bit of indecision. When it came down, came back up, came down, came back up, but the buyers now are like just above the opening balance. Okay, 90 more seconds to go. So it'd be really nice if the sellers can absorb all those buyers and close it below these wicks. Again, they're short wicks. That's why, I'm looking for sell side, because they're short wicks, and then to continue to fill down. But if we can get a bar closing below here, it can bearish engulf those, then we can maybe have more momentum to continue to fill that wick and drop further, okay? So now going into 60 seconds in the close, the sellers have regained control of that candle. But again, it could just come right back up with a wick, so closing price is everything, okay? So we got a nice, let's see if we can break for a new low right now. Okay, there it is. That's 30 plus pips, guys, okay? That big impulse break is 30 plus pips, okay? Just to let you guys know. These are big volume-based candles. It's a 30 pip drop. Some of you guys are already on break even. I respect that, okay? But let's see if we can follow this volume now, okay? 15 seconds go. Remember, if it comes and revisits this purple line, that's 50, 55, 60 pips down there, okay? We could turn this just into a 1 bar scalp, because it could come down, get a wick, go right back up. We're fighting the lowest point of the day. It's not easy in here. Okay, there's the close, okay? So let's see, bearish ignited candle. Let's cut it in half, this bearish candle. It's right there. I'm gonna just go right there. Okay, so can we continue to push down? If we fill that wick, we could be coming down 50 points, and then that's when we go to break even. Okay, some of you guys are already at a break even. Don't be playing games here. Okay, that's 35, 40 pips right there with those tweezer bottom lows, unfortunately. Okay, so if it needs to come back and retest, it retests the previous candle bearish point of control right there. It's coming for the retest. Okay, so you see how I just made that red box right there, and we just got transacted in it and got rejected back down. Okay, so you can see how bearish point of controls. There we go. There's the push down. Now let's see if we can just travel down to that lowest point of the day and see if it can actually break. My goodness, if it can break, gold could really drop down there. But there's every buyer and their mom is trying to hold it from breaking down there. Okay, so this is where it could reverse on us. But that's why if it starts breaking down there, I will be going to, I'm reducing my risk right now. I'm going to go right down to there, okay? So you see I brought it from the red zone right above that wick. I've substantially reduced my risk. And now it's coming down. I'm not at a break even yet, but I should be. But maybe I'm getting greedy to break this thing. That's a 45 pip drop, guys. At this lowest point of the day, come on, let's get these selling pressure, just redistribute this and take this purple line out. This daily candle, just come down here. You guys can go to a break even if you guys like. Please listen to me. We got 3 more minutes to go on the close. So this is our 30-minute candle, our new 30-minute candle coming down here. Can we take out that lowest point with this 30-minute volume? Continuing with that, yes, we got it. Okay, there it is. Guys, I'm going to a break even right now. BE, break even, up almost 50 pips, guys. Okay, 60. Okay, I'm taking out 80% right there. Grabbing 80% out at 60 pips. There was zero drawdown in that trade, guys. Zero drawdown, 60 pips. Take out some money and leave the rest running to see if we can break this lowest point of the day. Perfect. Okay, to all those impatient traders on YouTube, you see why we wait. We wait to get into a trade and get a trade with zero drawdown, 60 pips in profit. So that's why we wait. We wait to get paid. There's the beautiful, guys. That's 75 pips down there. If it can close below this purple line, that might be our resistance for our next bar, and we can continue to drop. There we go. We got a nice runner. 90 pips, guys. Woo! 4,020. Holy shit, guys. This is 100 pips. I'm going to close out my trade. The remaining 20%, 100 pips, I'm out. That's a beautiful that's a beautiful trade, guys. I'm out of the trade. I took out 80% at 60 pips, took out the rest right there at 100. You guys can do what you want. I got to eat too. Holy. Put the likes in the chat, guys. Come on. YouTube threatened to shut us down on London, which they did, and we're still live here. Okay? We're not talking about finance. We're not talking about money. We're talking about pancakes. We're all eating pancakes here. Nice, guys. Chris, you added $72 on your previous 520. Amazing. Kyle, you made triple your daily goal. Good for you, boss. Amazing. Captain, you're good. Jason, 30 pips. Boom. 80% of daily goal met. Amazing, guys. Amazing, amazing. But don't get greedy, guys. Let's get in the habit of, scaling out. Learn how to scale out, because this could reverse back up on us, okay? We don't necessarily want to give back. Guys, that's 130 pips. Down to that white line is 150 pips. Holy shit. Look at the retest of the point of control. We could have even got in on a retest as well. We got in on just a little bit early as it was breaking down, okay? But man, holy. Are we good, guys? Everyone understood the assignment? Okay, now what you got to do is cut that candle in half, okay? Cut it in half. When things get too low, you got to cut it. When things get too high, you got to cut it, okay? Can we find a point of control of that big candle? Yes. Okay, the buyers are coming back up. That's why you kind of want to learn also how to scale out. Where's the point of control of that candle? It's right there. We're coming right into it right now. So again, will it hold just like that when it came into the previous point of control? But now it's coming with a deeper, we're at a serious area down here. This is the big daily demand area, that 4-hour block. So it could come right back up, guys. You gotta learn how to take some money out and not get greedy. Okay, that's up to you. I've learned. That's why I take out money. I've been in too many trades in my day where I'm up 100, 150, 200 pips. I want more and I want more, and then all of a sudden another candle comes right back up and I'm left with nothing. So I don't do that anymore, guys. I spend too much time on the charts. We got to get paid. So that's why you learn to wait for a trade setup, okay? And all we did was continue to trade with the bearish volume. I sound like I'm gambling too much? No. I'm sounding like someone who's helped coaching the gamblers on YouTube to take some money out. That's what I'm doing. I'm not a gambler. I'm a very disciplined trader. Sometimes it pisses you guys off. I'm too disciplined. But again, you guys can do what you want, okay? If you think I'm gambling, then I don't know what else to do. Maybe I don't need to be on YouTube if I'm a gambler. I don't know where did I gamble on that trade? Sometimes I don't even understand what YouTube is talking about. Maybe it's a language barrier. I have no idea what you guys are even talking about. I admit, yes, I used to gamble when I was younger, 18 years old. I was a gambler, right? I was told that you can get rich quick at a young age. I gambled everything I had when I was 18 years old and lost it all. I believed those financial gurus that told me all that bullshit. But now I'm 43 years old. I don't have a gambling bone in my body. Sorry, I'm old. My bones are breaking and I got kids to feed. I'm not gambling anymore. Those days are over. Okay, so now you can see how it transacted in that point of control, and we just retested the previous low, the purple line, which is now the resistance. If the volume closes back below this red zone, again, we could be just flagging down here to continue to drop down. Look at that big rejection by the sellers right there, okay? So I'm not in this trade any longer, okay? So just full transparency. I'm not in this any longer. I'll continue to monitor this with you guys, but I am no longer in this trade. Okay, so let's watch the close of this candle, okay? Are you guys still holding your sells? Did you guys get out? Or let me know what's going on so I can help analyze this with you. You guys got out? Okay. But let's continue to watch this. Last 30 seconds. Again, whether you're in a trade or not, your job as a trader is to continue to pay attention because it may lead to another trade, right? It's nice when you get a win, but I don't celebrate, right? I'm more want to watch what's going on to see the next candle, where this candle closes, because it may impact my next trade, okay? So yes, it's great. We get a win. We pat ourselves on the back, but it's right back to business. We don't stop, right? So we got to figure out where this is going to close. Okay, you see it's got those equal bottom lows, holding, didn't transact down at our white line, closed right in there. They opened it bearish ignited. So when it's coming down now, bearish ignited, in order for these buyers to remain strong, you got to cut that bar in half. Find the point of control of that bar. If it does come down, those buyers that bought this low want to protect it. So now it's coming right back up. And remember where this zone was. So it's a big green zone. We transacted in there. It could be coming right back up. Okay. So this is where the trade was initiated, right? I'm out of it, but I'm just keeping it there just for analysis and education. If it comes all the way back up there, that would be either a break even if you're still in. Remember my stop loss? I had it originally above the red zone on that drop when it was coming down and took out that purple line. Started taking my stop loss just to those wicks. Then ultimately I got it down to a break even. And then when it was coming down, you do your TP thing, okay? But right now it's coming right back up. So what I'm going to do is just get rid of everything here so we can continue to focus what's going on. And this is the sad thing about trading. Sometimes you'll get a 150 pip drop, and then the next few bars comes right back up to your entry point, you know? And then if you didn't do anything down there, I don't know what to tell you. That's a daily goal for most traders. How many times have you seen gold in the last couple of years in 5 minutes drop 150 pips? Not much. Like we used to be trading gold for 20 pips in a 5-minute candle. That was the average true range years ago. Now there's so much more volume that I know, but then someone's going to say, well, Ron, I saw it last week drop for 600 pips. Okay, I can say that all day too. We can sit and have coffee and talk about the woulda, shoulda, coulda stories and this and that. I can talk about Bitcoin when I bought at $1 and now it's trading at $120,000. Okay, like it's nobody cares about these stories. It's what you do in the real time in the markets. Everyone has a story. Okay. If I had 10 cents for every story everyone tells me when they bought something, and if they held on to it 10 years later, they would have been a millionaire. Okay, we all have those stories. But look at this now. Okay, so I don't want to be that guy that says, I told you. Look, now that was the entry. If we got greedy down there and we didn't do nothing, now it came and tapped our break even and could potentially, a lot of traders don't even trade with a break even. They still have the open stop loss, and now the market is targeting your stop loss. If that's how you got to learn, that's how you got to learn. Okay, so it came in there. It broke the lowest point of the day. That white line is there for a reason. We did that on our analysis. That's why I told you guys, I'm getting my money and I'm getting out because I got to respect the buyers coming right back in. So now look at where we're trading. Right back into that consolidated zone and this red zone above us. Okay, so that looks like it's a solid bottom now. We've got a legitimate bottom in the market where on the 5 minutes it came down and it looks like it's a V-shaped recovery coming right back up. Okay, so will they, there's the rejection again. Will it come back down, higher low, equal bottom lows, double bottom? Second bottom might be the more powerful leg to maybe get us out of here and continue to move up. Or is it just going to, come back in here and then we're going to continue selling off, okay? So again, someone's saying, Ron, why are you not in another trade? Sometimes it takes a little bit of while to analyze what's going on. We've got to figure out how strong this neckline is, see how big and bullish that candle was. Again, right inside there, that's a lower high, and they've rejected it back down. Now we got less than 1 minute to go into the close. What day do I avoid to trade? Christmas Day. That's when I take a day off of trading. I trade every day. But I trade with proper risk management, okay? There is some days that I do avoid. Yes, if I've hit my weekly goals and I want to trade on a Friday, I take it easy, a little bit easier approach on a Friday. I don't want to give back to the market right prior to the weekend. It'll affect you psychologically, okay? Mondays, take it easy on Mondays. It's the start of the week, right? But what days do I tend to avoid is high impact news days like FOMC. I don't go crazy on FOMC because anything can happen there. What days do I really avoid are US bank holidays. I like to take a day off when the US banks are closed. That's when I take days off. Okay, so it got rejected. Guys, what time is it? 7:50. Do you guys want to do a NASDAQ US30 analysis? Or do you want to just continue to watch gold? Stay on gold? Oh man, my OBS didn't update. We actually have 530 viewers. I thought mine has been stuck at 200 and hasn't moved. So thank you guys. I didn't even know that there was 500 viewers on the call, and there's only 192 likes. Okay, so let's bump that up a little bit. Okay, point of control of the likes. What's half of 500 viewers? 250. And there's only, so we're below the point of control on likes, right? That gives me bear sentiment to continue going forward on YouTube. You guys got to pump up those likes. If you guys don't believe me, we got shut down on Friday on our live London session. We're giving too much sauce away here. Right over here, I'll show you. right over here, guys. This was live London on Friday with you guys. Remember when it stopped abruptly right after we took some trades? We got a strike because we're financially educating you guys. They don't like that. So please, guys, we appreciate the likes. We appreciate the subscribes. That's what gives us the incentive to be here because we're fighting to be here with you guys. So it's not like we're just having fun and games here. It's a headache to be here every day. You know how many emails we get after every single stream from YouTube? So please, guys, we're here for you guys. Okay, so you see, buyers brought it all the way back up, but still it's pushing down. But now we're, transacting in this bigger green zone. So it's building now, okay? It's in a building phase. Now we might see it maybe continue to come back up a little bit, or we'll see it continue to sell back down, okay? Now, the neckline. We got to see where it's developing the neckline. Okay, we could maybe, continue maybe to buy out of here. It's got higher low, higher low. It's going to close in one more minute. Let's see the closing price, okay? Let's see, will it close with some bullish volume back above this green zone? Maybe we can continue to look for some buys to extend this move up. But if we do, we are also counter trading, right? Okay, so if we go with buys, we're still going against the overall trend. Okay, so maybe they push it back down. Maybe that second leg coming back up might be the more powerful leg. So we got to be careful here. Dale, good morning. Welcome. Okay, so here's the close, guys. And another thing, 5 more minutes, we're going into 8 a.m. Okay, so maybe we waited out because sometimes they trick us. If we buy 5 minutes right before a new hourly candle, then they switch the momentum. So it's always good practice to wait for a new hourly candle to open. However, if you want to go in, you can test things out. They opened it bearish ignited right now. It's got a shorter wick, so if we get a nice little wick out of here, it could continue to fill and go up bullish and fill that previous wick up there, okay? But we could also get a bearish leg coming down going into the new hour, okay? So this is where you have to make your decision. Do you want to take this candle right now, or do you want to wait 4.5 minutes for it to close and a new hourly open at 8 a.m., okay? So you gotta decide right now. You can't just hum and haw and guess. What is your plan? My plan is, it's a beautiful bullish candle. Any other time, I would be entertaining a buy. But since it's 4 minutes away from a new hourly candle, I'm going to avoid trading this candle right now until the new hour opens up. Because I know that they can switch momentum and they can play games like that, okay? So I don't want to be part of that, okay? This is where they fake out traders. See how they fake out a buy and then they start dropping it down. Okay, so if you want, you either continue trading with the trend, which is bearish, or you hold off right now to see if it comes all the way down. Will it create a higher low? Will we get some sort of wick coming back up? Where will it close? Things you got to analyze. And then after that trade, whether you made 50 pips, 100 pips, or the total of 150, now you got to think in your head, how much am I going to allocate of that win to my next trade? Some of you guys go all in. Like with, let's say, for example, you made 100 pips on that sell, you're going to go 100 pips on the next one, okay? Or there is other traders that do account management, where if you made 100 pips, maybe they're only going to risk 50 of that on the next trade. And if it gets stopped out, they're still ahead of the game. That's going to be your plan. That's your decision. I'm not here to tell you what to do. But these are things that you need to consider. Okay, so 2.5 minutes to go. It came down, higher low, still holding. Will it flip the candle back up bullish and start to drive? This is probably where the bigger neckline is. Okay, this is where most of the volume was concentrated in here. That big blue candle traded right in there and back down. So that's the bigger, that's where I would say majority of the neckline is. This is just, again, we're trading at that previous lowest point of the day right there. That was that sell we had that dropped. So it looks like maybe did they grab some liquidity and come back up and holding it now? Is it going to build to come back in here? Or is it going to come back down one more leg back down into here and revisit this area? Okay. And I'm going to just continue to wait it out. What do we got? 1 more minute and 45 seconds to go. TT, can you take a long from 4008? You can take a long wherever you like a long from, okay? Just use proper risk management wherever you're taking a long from. You can take longs, you can take shorts. But if you are looking at 4008, yeah, you're deeper in the depth of market. It's breaking this point of control. You're getting a deeper discount. There's nothing wrong with that. Try a pending order down there. See if you get activated. Guys, we have a risk management boot camp this weekend, Saturday and Sunday. If we need more time, we can extend it another week or see, but you get a 1 month with us and you're invited into that boot camp. If you need to learn about risk management, join. I'll be hosting it for 2 days. All lifetimers, you guys are invited into it. And all of the details are on the free Telegram, okay? But I think a lot of us need a little refresher on risk management. Okay, so here's the close in 20 seconds. So we're still kind of just consolidating right here at that previous lowest point of the day. And now it's 8 a.m. and in 20 minutes we have COMEX market open, okay? So it's still holding here. Here's the close. Look, they brought it right back up to the opening balance. Still hanging around here. Okay, so here's now 8 a.m. open. They've opened it bearish here. Will it continue to hold and go back up? Or will it come deeper down into here? Okay, so it's that bearish body. It's that doji, bullish, small. Can you guys see the candle? Okay, see how the volume now is kind of concentrated right here? Okay, so it's coming down. I got a wick back up. Coming down, closed in there. Came down, right back inside here. Okay, so there's the bullish candle. Might be an impulse break to the upside and can fill those wicks. Okay, so it came, there's the impulse. There it got pulled back. Okay, let's see if it can pull back a little more. You can buy the discount after it's been confirmed that I'm late on it. Shit. So I hate buying the highs. I'm late on it. I really wanted to buy this candle. It came up on that pullback, wanted to buy in. I missed it. So I don't want to buy the highest point now. Okay, just rules I have myself. I know you guys hate those rules. A lot of people hate rules. Those are my rules. I've been burned way too many times on those opportunities. But right now it's a different situation because there's a lot more volume and volatility in the gold right now, okay? But when it broke and then it came back down and refueled itself, I like to buy those, but missed out on it. So I have rules too. I don't like FOMO trading and buying the highest points because then sometimes it gets rejected and then I could be buying at a discount. But you got to watch a candle just drive where you could be in it. I know it sucks. Sucks in my stomach to watch this. Because that's a big candle, and it broke out above that wick, and it's driving another 60 pips. Maybe up to that red zone could be another 80, 100 pip move. But see how it all started at 8 a.m. My bad, guys. I should have been in that. I don't have issues with my mic. Could be YouTube censoring us. Watch, after this, I'll show you guys, we'll get another strike. And I haven't said anything about finances, haven't said anything, just trying to educate here on a bullish candle, and it's still too much for YouTube. But if there is issues with the mic, I'll go and get a new one. So that's a really nice bullish candle, okay? But it's still, we're trending down, trading in that red block. Where will it close? Let's figure out a point of control of this big bullish candle. Still have work to do. A lot of traders, what I'm noticing these days is when they miss out on a trade, they forget what they got to do, okay? I missed out on that buy. I verbally said that to you guys, but I don't forget what I got to do next when this body closes. You got to continue to go with the routine of what you got to do, okay? I know it sucks. A lot of you guys get pissed off when you miss out on a trade and then you guys start scrolling on your TikTok. That's not what we do here. We got to figure out, will it close above this red zone? Because I got a job to do. Will I be flipping that green or keeping it red? Is the volume still in this consolidated area? Is this going to be exactly 50%, this red line right here? Will it pull all the way back down into here and I get a deeper discounted buy? Here's the close in 15 seconds. See this cut line where it's just sitting there? It's going to represent probably 50% of the exact volume. There's the close. Okay, you can get your Fibonacci if you like. From the opening balance to the closing balance. There's 50% right there. Okay, you can find the point of control, bullish point of control of that candle. It's right there. Okay, so if you're waiting to buy a pullback, let's see if it will come back in, because there's a lot of buyers that want to buy back in here and back down into here. Okay, the only thing is, if the market wants to, if buyers up here want to continue asking to trade up here, it'll continue to go up without pulling back into here. Okay, it doesn't need to pull back on the next candle. It might pull back in 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 20 minutes. But if you have your mind set towards buying a pullback, let's wait and see if it will pull back into here. Because it got rejected at that red zone. It just traded at it again, and now it's coming down bearish. Okay. So you see the volume is still in this neutral zone. We haven't changed the size of this zone. That's what we just have it extended into the future. We're right back inside of it. Okay, so this is the majority of the neckline. This is where the buyers and sellers are fighting. There was the big drop, but it kind of V-recovered itself right back inside here. And now we'll see, will the selling pressure continue to push this thing down? Or is it building some buyers now to take it through here and break? Remember this active trend line we have above us? This red trend line? Okay, it's still in a descending motion. It's still overall bearish. There's been a nice leg coming up, but the overall is still bearish. Now it's coming into, let's see if we'll transact into that bullish point of control right here. So kind of retested it, didn't transact exactly into it. Will the body flip blue and continue to push out of here? Or is it still got that bearish volume coming back down with 2.5 minutes to go? It could be a kind of staircases coming back up and an elevator going right back down and selling this thing, okay? And we are 13 minutes away, 12, 13 minutes away from COMEX. Okay? So just heads up to everybody. Okay, so still holding, point of control. Hasn't really traded into it, just traded right at the top of it. Okay, so still got a wick coming in, but the volume is still technically concentrated inside there. So we're in another accumulation phase where buyers and sellers are accumulating. Buyers are accumulating to continue to break it out of here, and sellers are accumulating to bring it right back down. Okay, if we're going to trade with the overall trend, it's still bearish, right? I know it's gonna, buyers don't like to hear that, but look at the technicals. So we got to wait for this bar to close in the next 50 seconds. I want to see how the sellers, if they transact inside here. Will it come in here? Will it close below? Will it have one more leg coming down? Or buyers are still holding it to continue to break it through here? $30 seconds to go into the close. So still holding its strength, higher lows, still holding, point of control holding, just having a difficult time breaking through this resistance up here. Okay, so closed bearish inside here. So it's just like when it was trading over here. Same thing. It was trading in here, but that bearish bar closed below, and that was the retest. You know, that's where we sold, right? Now it's coming back up, but we don't have any confirmations of any bullish candles closing above this zone. So, you know, you got to be kind of careful. Unless you're seeing something and you're okay with the buy, go for it. But just don't over leverage, because in another 10 minutes, it's COMEX market open, and that's when it's going to get volatile. Okay, with these zones, stretch them into the future. Let's see if we'll continue to keep the volume inside these zones. So I'd like to see if the buyers are for real, then they have no problem then to close it above this red zone and to tap into that trend line. Okay, if the buyers are strong, technically they should be able to do that. It's not too far away. However, if the sellers are for real in this red zone, they should be able to reject this move and push it back down. Okay, if we're waiting for volume to close, we're waiting for volume to close. I know some of you guys got ants in your pants and you can't wait. Then test it out. Go in for a buy or go in for a sell without confirmations and tell me what happens. Otherwise, let's wait for a bar to close. And also factor in that we're 8 minutes, 7, 8 minutes away from COMEX. You got to factor in all of those things. Because if you do take a trade right now, are you going to close it in 7 minutes prior to COMEX? It's up to you. These are things you got to go through. Same with if you take a trade 7 minutes right before Wall Street. Same shit. What are you going to do? What's your plan? Are we just guessing, or we're just trading blind, like we don't know what's going on every day? Okay, so it came in there, lower high, red zone, rejected back down. Volume is still inside here. It's still accumulating. Buyers are accumulating. Sellers are accumulating. No evidence that where it wants to go as of yet, okay? But if we're just following the overall trend, it's still bearish in my opinion. Okay, there's now a shooting star candle pushing down. Remember, we still haven't attempted to trade into this point of control. This candle, will it bring the volume to trade in there? So you understand, as a buyer, maybe you should have done something in that red zone, okay? That's where I can, if you're not doing anything in there, I can tell that you're like not a disciplined trader because you're not respecting your zones. It was a beautiful buy at extension, but you're not respecting this area. Now, you see, we tapped into it, okay? So we tapped into that point of control of that candle. The buyers are there, activated, bringing it right back up. But it's just consolidating. So look at how they're positioning this right before COMEX. So we might get the COMEX leg that pushes back down, or it'll continue to accumulate and get COMEX volume to break out of here, okay? Notice how we're at that trend line, we're at this red zone, and we could possibly have the next bearish leg coming down. When? All before COMEX, 5 minutes before, okay? So it's not just by chance that the volume came in here to consolidate, because we got to wait for COMEX market open. You see how the candle is just an indecision candle inside here. So it's going up with buyers, coming back down with sellers, going back up with buyers, and we're just flirting with the opening balance again. So it's a spin top, 50-50, coin flip type of candle. Can't really take a trade off of that candle. Unless you're already in a trade, but no real evidence of bullish momentum or bearish momentum. It's right back to the opening position in a range. So here's the final 5-minute candle right before we go into COMEX. What do you guys think for COMEX? Are you guys thinking a bullish break out of here? Or do you guys think we're going to have a bearish leg coming back down into here? Bullish? What are you guys thinking? Going south, going down? Let's take a look. Okay, I'm not in a trade yet. We're going to wait to see how COMEX market opens. I might trade right at COMEX market open. Maybe wait 5 more minutes. Maybe wait till 8:30. Okay. And also, guys, take a look at, if you're trading Forex, take a look at your spreads as well. Because they could get in a little bit of, start getting a little bit of some momentum here and some Some crazy spread swings. So I'm still at 0.4, but just jumped up to 1.0 right now. Okay, so I can see that things are starting to move a little bit. Okay, so get ready. 2 more minutes to go. If you're looking for upside moves, 4,043 is a white line up there. We have our bigger red zone. How many times they get rejected in there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 times rejected in there. The trend is still pushing down. We're having a difficult time breaking through this red zone. Like it had an impulse, traded in there, and they're rejecting it back down. Okay, so let's take a look. Maybe it's going to continue selling down. Okay. And then maybe at the second bottom down in here, we regain stronger buyers and then have that stronger leg to come back up. Okay, it's had a nice move coming right back up, but maybe it needs to. Sellers have been, absorbing them, and could push this thing right back down. Yep, less than 1 minute. And the volume is technically still trading inside this neutral zone right in here. Here it was, and we're still kind of inside there. Good luck to everyone. Please trade proper, okay? We already made one successful trade. Allocate a certain amount of that to your next trade, and let's go from there. Okay, so we got another bullish candle coming right back up. Will it close above? Will this be the first blue candle closing above this red zone? If it is, I'm going to change the red zone momentarily to a green zone. Okay, so it closed inside the zone. See, I can't flip it green. It didn't technically close above there. So it's opening bearish right now. Okay, so it's holding that higher low. Coming right back up to COMEX's maybe opening balance. It's got a short wick, so it could definitely turn blue and come right back up unless they're holding it down. Okay, so it flipped bullish. It could now have an impulse breakout to fill that wick and get right back above in this area. However, it could get rejected back down inside. Okay, so if you're willing to trade this candle, that's fine. If you want to wait for it to close and determine whether it will technically close above there, then you've got to tell yourself you got to wait for 4 more minutes. Otherwise, if you want to trade on an impulse candle, it came in there, tapped the trend line, got rejected. Looks like kind of equal lower high from the previous high. So sellers are there still pushing it back down. It looks like a bullish spin top candle that could continue to build and drive its way out of here. However, if we're waiting for volume to close to determine whether this is a red or a green zone, you got to wait for it to close. This candle did not close above for us to do that. So then you got to move into your next candle and patiently wait again. Okay, so they rejected it back down to the opening price. And again, we have that spin top candle that's fighting. Buyers are buying, sellers are selling. Buyers are buying, sellers are selling, and we're right back to the opening balance of COMEX. 3 more minutes to go. Okay, so you see how that sharp, again, they're rejecting it. Every time it comes up there, they're rejecting it back down. 2.5 minutes to go. So we're at the halftime show. This is when the cheerleaders come out with their pom-poms. It's halftime. This is when we go to the washroom at a ball game and we get a hot dog. And then the second half of the game starts. Toronto Blue Jays and the Dodgers are tied 1-1 in the series. Okay, we got a bear shooting star candle. This is what I like to see, a rejection shooting star candle, but it could just come down, get a wick, and go right back up. So with 2 minutes to go, do we want to enter right now or wait for the body to close? My opinion is let's wait for it to close because it's dancing around too much in here. You think I really want to sleep? No, I'm all good. Maybe you need to sleep. Are you sleeping on these candles? Are you sleeping on this analysis? Are you sleeping on this education? You got to wake up. I'm awake. Okay, so it came back down. If they teased you into a sell, you see what they can do. They can bring you right back up. Okay, so if you're waiting for the body to close, you're not playing the game with these guys. Up and down, up and down. You're waiting for the body to close. Okay, so good bullish candle. Did it break that previous high? Yes. So it's advancing a higher high. In order to continue to go up, you got to create higher highs. That's good. It's got higher lows in the market. So to continue this bullish trend, it's doing everything that it needs to do currently. But the only thing left to do is close with volume now above this red zone, so that we can just, if it closes above, we can flip it to a green zone. Then if it pulls back in here, we could possibly entertaining buys out of that green zone, okay? Or this could be like maybe a fake out candle, and then they bring it right back down. Like here's the close in 10 seconds, okay? So I'm gonna assume it's gonna close above the red zone. I'm going ahead and making it green right now. So strong push from COMEX. There's the close with no wick. So it could just definitely continue. There it is, bullish ignited, and could just drive right up to that white line and to our next zone up here. Okay. If you're waiting for a possible pullback buy, then you got to either wait for it to come back down into 50% of that bullish candle or to the green zone. Okay, so far, if you said like sell side, we're not moving down. Okay, so it could be a pullback. Okay, if you're waiting for a discounted buy somewhere maybe in there, and then it follows this kind of arrow back up. Is anyone looking for a pullback buy, or are you just looking to buy this candle right now? Because if we're looking for pullback buys, we're looking for either 4,037, 4,034, a discounted buy, and we haven't had a retest of this zone as of yet, okay? Trevor, DXY is going up, so you're looking for a sell. Okay, then maybe let's see if it will tap into that higher time frame white for hourly line. Maybe that might be a good opportunity to entertain a sell. And then just right below that big red block we have up there. Look how many times here Trevor got rejected there, there. 7 times. And then they had that big leg coming down. So we are coming right back up, but it could come tumbling right back down. But this was the first body that closed above that trend line, okay? So this is where we could possibly see a market like switching momentum, unless this is like a fake out candle and the sellers bring it right back down inside here. But regardless, got to see how they close this bar. Okay, so if you want to buy a pullback, now it's coming right back into that bullish point of control, bearish, breaking it, closing in 1 minute 50 seconds. So, you know, if you wanted to buy the highest point, like up there, you're getting now almost a 40 to 50 pip discount on this candle, okay, if you want to buy it. It could come lower, could come retest this green zone in here. One more minute to go, and we're also entering 8:30. Okay, so you can take a look now at your 30-minute candles. Remember, the previous one was what we sold all the way down there, and then look how it came up, closed, and now we got a nice big bullish 30-minute candle that's closing in 1 minute. Again, a wick. Again, we're transacting in that green zone. Are they going to close it inside, above, or below? Okay, you got to really pay attention to this. Here it is coming right back down to the green zone. So now it's activating those pending orders with 45 seconds to go in the close of this candle going into 8:30. Okay, so let's watch how they're going to close this. It's a big bearish engulfing candle coming right back down. You got in the sell at Trevor 40.40. Nice. Okay, here's, guys, last 30 seconds. Pay attention. Okay, so that looks like maybe did they fake out the market up there and they're bringing it right back down? Could trigger this next selling leg to come down. And a new 30-minute candle, and that's the fake out of COMEX. Possibility. However, it could just come right back up. But if we continue to sell with the daily candle trend, it's still bearish. Here's the close. Get ready. Bring your cut line to represent that. Okay. No wick. Very short wick on the candle. Okay. So if it breaks, it could just start dropping right here. Okay. Let's see. It already broke. I'm looking to entertain maybe a sell here now. Okay, so I'm going to go in a sell. I'm going to place my stop loss. I could go right above the previous 5-minute candle wick, but I want to be right above that white line because it's a higher time frame. And I'm looking to come transact back down into this green zone and maybe break and get down, back down to that purple line. Get this leg coming down. So I'm in a sell. Okay, want to move with this 30-minute volume down with that bearish engulfing candle. Okay, so if it comes down to that green zone, that's about 50 pips down into there. And then that could be reducing stop, reducing your risk, up 50 pips. And if it can break that, that would be another 100 pip move coming back down to that lowest point of the day. Okay, some of you guys, that's already 25 pips. These are quick moves with zero drawdown. Okay, but please, guys, manage your own trade. Okay, so that bottom of that wick is 30 plus pips, 35, okay? So it came down there, got rejected back up. We have this volume still bearish. Let's see if we can push back down and close below it. We're transacting at that 9 EMA green line. Okay, I'd like for this bearish volume to close below here, then that green zone can go back to a red zone. There's lots of volatility down here. When it's coming down, going back up, once maybe it will come back down. I'm in a sell. Basing it off of this bearish engulfing candle that engulfed, opened up short wick. As soon as it broke back into this zone, that's when I took my sell. Stop loss is above this. I could go right above that wick of that previous bearish candle, but I just want to be above that white line because it's higher time frame. But if I can start getting down to this green zone 50 pips, I'm going to go down to a break even, start to scale out, and if it breaks, could be a 75 to 100 pip drop down in there. Now we're coming back down. I've already measured the low, so it's back down to its 30, 35 pips. If it continues to break, it could go 40, 45, 50 down in there. Okay, some of you guys maybe want to reduce your risk right now. That's up to you. There's a lot of volatility in these markets lately. The audio right now is having issues. I can't fix it right now. We're in a live trade. Deal with it. Look at the screen. Look at the bars. We have people that are deaf in our group. I'm being serious. And they understand what I'm doing because they're following the screen. They don't even need to hear me. Okay, and 90 more seconds to go into the close. Okay, so if it closes, guys, you got to be ahead of me. Okay, if it closes below, you're going to turn this green zone to a red zone. Okay, if it closes below here. Okay, we're struggling when we come down there to continue to push it down. So buyers are coming in. Okay, it's still this hanging man candle, but it could flip and then turn back up bullish, right? So that's why it's so important if we can get bearish volume closing below here. See, that's a bad return with 1 minute to go. So we got to see if the sellers now at around the opening balance can continue to hold this thing down. However, if the bar flips, 50% of that bearish candle is right there. Okay, so when I'm looking for my zones or the point of control of that previous bearish engulfing candle, if it does come back in there, we got to know where it is. Okay, here's the close in 15 seconds. So sellers are continuing to offer and push this thing down, but we've got a big wick below us. Okay, so here's the close. So close below the green zone. So green to red. We've got a quick bullish ignited open with a quick rejection, push down. So it doesn't have that short wick that we could easily fill and start dropping. So we have to continue to really fill that long wick in order to create a new low in the market. But now you can see it's coming up to retest the zone that we've now flipped red. So this could now illustrate that we have offers in the market. Sellers closed it below there. So maybe if it can continue to stay down here, we could maybe have our leg pushing back down. However, if it does come back up bullish on us, we have to understand where our stop losses are, and we could go and draw down, but we have sellers maybe positioning themselves above us in this red zone and the point of control of that bearish engulfing candle that took it down. Okay. And then after this, we'll do NASDAQ and US 30, and then we got to get ready for Wall Street. Hopefully we can have some time to take a quick little break and then come back into these markets. Okay, so the bullish candle, the buyers are now transacting in that red zone that we flipped. The reason why I flipped it is because that bearish bar confirmed to me that it closed below. So now we got to see if the sellers can offer to those buyers and continue to bid down near these lows and to push this thing back down, right? Okay, so we can see we've already came in here, lower high, rejected. We have now confirmed that there is some sellers here. So now they got to bid down its wick to continue to flip the candle back down to the opening balance, turn it bearish, and continue to push this thing down with 2 more minutes to go. Okay, this is the fight between the buyers and the sellers, right around your 9 EMA, this green line here. I'd like for the sellers to bring it down, close it below here so we can flag down in here. And so the more offers can come above us and maybe to continue to push this down. Volume has died off. Yeah, still significant volume in the market. Let me just get rid of this. So, oh shit, 1 second. Okay, so now we got 30 seconds to go into the close of the candle. This is the important time to look at momentum, who has momentum going into the close, and how they can carry this momentum into the next candle. So far it's showing buyers. Are they going to engulf that previous bar? Will they carry that momentum going into the next candle, or sellers pushing it down into the close? Here's 10 more seconds to go. So it looks like sellers are pushing it down. However, there is still some blue volume. Buyers right at last second are bringing it up. So here's the close. Looks like we're barcoding bearish, bullish, with sellers pushing it down with the wick. Okay, so it still did technically close below the red zone. So maybe we can continue to get sellers right here to push this thing back down and advance it down. Okay, so I'm just going to move these things a little bit over so we can see what we're doing here. Okay, so big bullish candle coming right back up, transacting in that red zone trend line. That previous bearish engulfing candle, its point of control is right there. Can it still continue to hold? Will sellers still be in this red zone to continue to absorb all this? Will we consolidate in here to have that redistribution to the downside? Or are buyers going to accumulate more and have it come through here and attack some stop losses up here? Okay, so got rejected again. That's good to see when you're in a sell, but we got to kind of break some new lows because we've got a higher low, and that higher low. So we got to continue to get it down here. I'd like to see if we can get some closing volume below here so we can maybe flag down, right? Create a bear flag in a sell situation. So we got that beautiful rejection. We got the candle turning into a bearish pin bar, maybe a shooting star candle. But when it gets to the opening balance, again, those buyers are protecting that opening balance of this candle. They're right there again buying it, okay? So this is a big, big area here where buyers and sellers are fighting, okay? Okay, so now you see it's transacting in that previous candle, this candle's point of control. Okay, so now it's activating a lot of pending orders in there. So we're going to see, is this candle for real? This bearish engulfing candle that came down at 825 during COMEX. Is it really, really there with those sellers? Okay, so it transacted right in there. Big rejection, but we got to come right back down again to that opening balance and start to push down. All of these buyers are buying. You know, me as a seller, got to kind of move away from them, you know, to kind of get them thinking about their stop losses, right? Because as it's coming up, they're making me think about my stop loss up there as well, okay? So for every transaction, there's going to be buyers and sellers. But we got to understand who is in control. That's why points of control are very, very important, okay? So that one came right inside that point of control. Sellers are there, pushing it down. But we're struggling with this opening balance of this candle with 2 more minutes to go. So this would be a perfect time to flip the candle and turn it into a shooting star, start to push back down, and start to really squeeze some buyers. Because every time it's coming down here, buyers are continuing to buy. And that could close strong and then advance into the next bullish candle, okay? So this is why momentum really matters, how you can close out a candle right now, okay? So you see how it just flipped black, okay? So it just broke the opening balance. That's what creates that little wick on the bottom, okay? So this is kind of like an inverted hammer bullish candle. Let's see again, 1 minute and to go. So every time I see that buyers are continue come in and push it up, you know, it kind of gets me thinking about my stop loss up here. So that's why we got to force it to continue to push down here to get these buyers to consider their stop losses. But we got to wait for the body to close if we're still in it, and then judge and see what happens. It can definitely reverse. It can definitely go back up bullish. Absolutely. And in the last 30 seconds, again, we got to watch who has momentum going into the close. How will the bar close? $20 seconds to go. Yeah, and there's a new 15-minute candle right now. It's 8:45, okay? So it closed bullish. Got some bullish volume, closed bullish above that previous high. Okay, so we could see another bullish candle coming back up in here, okay? So what we got to look for are either lower highs in the market to keep it down. I'm more looking for if sellers can get it back into this consolidated area and continue to flag it down here to push it for that leg down, okay? But I do got to acknowledge that buyers are still here. They're still here strong. But they're transacting in these red zones, okay? So who can have more transactions, buyers or sellers inside here? And again, guys, if you don't like the setup, you're welcome to scale out. You're welcome to get out. You know, you don't have to hold this whole entire trade with me. Again, I told you I'll manage it bar by bar. If I see it's kind of breaking out of here, maybe I'll just get out of it myself as well, okay? I don't need to wait for the market to come and hit my stop loss. That's just suggested just to be above there, but I'm seeing that buyers are still stepping in here. So I'm going to manage this candle by candle. And this is the new 15-minute candle as well, okay? So that just that candle alone also brings in momentum into the markets. Okay, so we're transacting again back into that bearish point of control of that candle. Now the buyers have broke it out of there, okay? So one final area that I got to watch is where that 5-minute bearish candle opened right there. That was 8:25 during COMEX. Okay, that was that opening balance. Can those sellers protect this area right here? Can we see a lower high wick in the market? Will it continue to push this thing down? Or buyers are going to continue to attack up here? Strong momentum. Yep. I'm in drawdown. Possibly going to get stopped out up here. Got to watch that opening balance here. So we're going to see if this 4040 area can continue to hold up here. Guys, I'll let you guys know as soon as I get stopped out here. Okay, I got stopped out. Okay, so that trade got away from me. Win one, you lose one. Back to break even. Okay, guys, so I got stopped out. Yes, it's a fact. I got stopped out. But I'm going to get off of gold now. I'm going to do some analysis with US30 and NASDAQ. So I won one with gold. I lost one. Right now, again, it's bullish, but bigger zone up there. Maybe the sellers are over here. If it closes above, gold could flip bullish. The daily candle's got a nice little wick coming back up, but still, it's got a heavy selling volume. Those sellers might come in here or up here, or the candle flips. But I've had enough of gold right now. I'm going to move over and do some analysis on US30 and NASDAQ. Okay, so US30 on the daily. And then I'm going to take a quick little break here. US30 is continuing all-time highs. Markets are moving, okay? Don't forget that we've got a lot of big earnings this week. And FOMC scheduled for Wednesday. Okay, so markets are still rallying up. Zones of interest. Okay, you got a lot of zones here to consider. I'm not going to dissect all of this because I don't think we're going to drop all the way down there right now. Okay, so 50% of that bullish candle is right there. 47,000, psychological number, holding body to body, also with that, okay? We can see Friday created a new all-time high and closed pretty strong. Today, they kind of gapped it down. You can see the gap down, open. It's an ignited daily bullish candle, very strong open. That's actually representing the lowest point of the day and pushing back up. It filled Friday's previous all-time high right there. 47,360, And don't forget, guys, the United Health has earnings also this week. It continued to push up for right up there. That's today's daily high and also a new all-time high. Okay, so just so you guys know, it's a new daily high and a new all-time high. It's got rejected, coming right back down to here. We're trading exactly at 47,500. Okay, so if it scales back, we got to keep an eye on 47,365 as support. If it comes all the way back down to the opening balance, that might be a great time to buy with all those strong buyers. However, if it breaks, we could look for a pullback at 47,130 right there. Okay. Now, how high can it go if it continues to break all-time highs? Just go with your psychological numbers. We're close to 750, mark up 750. You can go 100 pip increments if you like, 800, 900, but also have something located right at 48,000. Right up there if it gets there, okay? Okay, so now I'm going to go from the daily to the 4 hours. Still strong daily candle. Let's see how everything has been moving when the day opened in London. Here's the opening 4-hour candle right here. Very strong, bullish. You can see it was ignited right off the opening, gap down, came up, created the all-time high. During the opening 4 hours, representing futures market, came back up. Here is now Europe. Came back up, lower high, back down, consolidating. Now this 4-hour candle pushing back down. Do we have any 4-hour areas to consider? There's a body and just wicks above. So there's my white line representing hourly, 4-hour or 1 hour. And then also where we kind of advanced right here, I want to put a support line right there. I can see we've impulsively broke down. Will we get some 4-hour volume closing below there? And then it could maybe have its next leg pushing back down. However, if it's still holding and consolidating in here, we could continue to move our way back up, okay? So 4 hours are slowly pushing down with lower highs. They've created new lower low. Just need that volume to continue to follow. So you can follow that volume on the 1 hour. Here's where it's broken down. So that big explosion today was 6 p.m. Over the weekend when everything opened up, that's where you had that big push that created that all-time high. Since then, there's that 4-hour support. Came back up, lower high, push back down, consolidate, next drop, and now we're coming right back up with 4 minutes to go. So this bar is going to close in 4 minutes. So it is still technically holding good support, okay? If you look at it overall, where's the point of control of this big hourly candle? Opening price, closing price. Right there. Box it in. Are we going to come back down into here today? If it does, that might be a nice area to potentially buy. You can lift this yellow line, maybe to represent exactly 50% if you like. That might be an area worthwhile placing an alert in case it gets back down there today. Might entertain a buy, 47,380. Okay, that's a nice 50% pullback from this big hourly candle, and it's been quite some time since we've been in here, okay? This was Sunday when it opened, so it's been 2 hours, 4 hours, 6 hours, 8, 10, 12, 14 hours. You know, there might be a lot of patient buyers waiting to get back in there, okay? So far, it's not there. It's coming right back up. So on these 5 minutes, the biggest, it's like first 5 minutes of the market open was that big bullish move, okay? So it's kind of deceiving when you're looking at the daily candle. It's only representing the first 5 minutes, okay? But it came back down, holding higher low. Came back up. Is it breaking this all-time high wick? No. So the 5 minutes have a little bit of like a double top right here in the market, and pushing back down. Came back up, lower high right there on the 5 minutes. Okay, and then pushing back down again, broke, new lower low, coming back up. If it comes back up as a scalper, I'm kind of looking for maybe this area right here, where it was a pivot right there. Now with the volume below, right there, it's having a difficult time breaking above that red line. If it does, we could maybe advance our way back up to that red line and respect that white line up there. However, if they're going to continue pushing it down, we get rejected and we'll continue to come down, and we'll see if we can break this level right now. Okay, so that's what we got going on. It's a funny looking daily setup because they're just that big opening 5-minute candle is basically all of the bullish volume pulled back, holding. Okay, so you can see that it is holding and came back up, double top, consolidating in here, lowering it down, but it's still holding. Okay, so when we add our daily bar indicator, I know you see this big bullish candle opening coming up and getting rejected right now, but it's the big bullish open was the first 5 minutes of the day. Okay, so will it come back down there? This would be a good opportunity maybe to entertain some buys back down in here. That's exactly 50% point of control of that big first 5-minute daily body. Okay, adding some EMAs 9 and your 200. We're at our EMAs right over here. Okay, so let's just put these together, US 30, and wait for next 30 minutes will be Wall Street. It's 9 a.m. right now. Okay, so we'll keep US 30 on the left. We got NASDAQ, we'll do it as well. Let's just take a look at what gold's doing again. Okay, so gold came right back up again to that box, pushed back down. Came back now, retesting the white line, or pushing it right back down. So if it sells, it could sell back down to the green zone. Keep an eye on that as well. That's where it could come right back up, but if it loses this, then it could come back down. But right now it's barcoding. Bullish, bearish, bullish. It could continue to go up bullish through here. Okay, so I'm going to continue to do NASDAQ and get all these charts out of the way so we can take a quick little break. Okay, so for a NASDAQ, daily, probably very similar. Look at NASDAQ, okay? So it's got a bullish ignited open, okay? So I'm not gonna chart all from like last year and things like that. I'm just gonna start from right here. There was a nice little red zone. It's closed above right there on Friday, so that's a green zone into the future. Okay, if you need your pivot points, there's 3 bodies right there. You're welcome to draw a pivot point. We're nowhere near that. Now we got to follow Friday's volume. Okay, remember, we're going into big tech earnings this week. Okay, there's a lot of big names: Meta, Amazon, Apple, Microsoft, Google. Everything that's basically traded in NASDAQ will be, the Magnificent Seven will be reporting. We had Tesla last week, but we have some big names this week. So Friday opened very bullish, created an all-time high, and closed right there. Where was our closing and opening balance? Right there. We have a bullish ignited daily open representing our lowest point. So it is a purple line, but also understand that it is bullish ignited. There was no drawdown. If it ever does come back draw down, you're going to maybe draw down into 50% of that bullish candle right there. But we're nowhere near that, okay? So we created that high. We broke above it, okay? I know it's really close right there, but we still have to identify that Friday's high as a point of interest in case we come back down and it transacts exactly at 25,450, and maybe they hold that opening balance and then they continue to refuel the daily candle, okay? That would be a great pullback buy, 25,500. A better buy would be at the opening balance where all those strong buyers, but we might not even get down there. Maybe it doesn't pull back today. Maybe it continues driving, okay? So let's follow this volume. Came all the way up. Again, this is all-time high territory. So we have nothing to the left of the charts to even look at, okay? So this is where you got to use psychological numbers. Let's use our numbers. 440, and then it goes up to 500. 25,500, okay? Right there. I'm going to maybe get rid of this yellow line because maybe it's too close, so give us some breathing room. Okay, to 500, that's a psychological number. Then continuing to move up to where? 600, 25,600. Add a supporting line there in case we pull back and hold. Right now we're trading at what? 700, okay? What's our highest point of the day? New all-time high, 25,736. It could continue to go higher. If it does, where? Maybe target 800. This is price discovery. I don't know where it could go, but you got to go with psychological numbers. Next one would be 900. And then finally, your nice whole number at 26,000. Okay? At 26,000, maybe go 25 points above, 25 points below, and then you got a little bit of a bear zone. Let's make it red to signify that that could be a block of sellers at 26,000 looking to maybe sell it down, okay? This is all hypothetical. This is all, I have nothing to base this against because we've never traded above here. So I'm just going with clean psychological levels. That's it. Now we're trading right near the highest point of the day. Very strong daily candle. Let's see now, break it down on the 4 hours. Look at the 4 hour, okay? So it had a little bit of a double top, came back down, but look how quickly it came right back up. There's 4 hour candles, you know, when just like 5 minute candles, when it closes above, you flip the zone. Someone says, Ron, can we do this on a higher time frame? Absolutely you can. Okay, same thing. There's your 4 hour candle, pulled back, short wick. That would have been a nice buy Friday, 6 a.m. if you were trading at that time. Okay, we did London on Friday, but if you continue to follow all this, you figured out point of control of that 4 hour candle. There was the pullback inside, continuing. Then you got a little bit of barcoding, bullish, bearish, and then here we go. Start of today, big 4 hour open. It was basically the first 5 minutes representing all of that volume. Have we pulled back into this? No. Continue to close above the high. Have we pulled back into at least 50% of that 4 hour candle? No. There's now Europe. All of this volume is Europe, where it opened, higher low, short wick, pop, close right at the highest point. This candle that just opened 4 hours, 6 a.m. did come up to create the all-time high up there. Okay, so we can kind of make it orange for the all-time high, daily high. And if it pulls back, right there, body to body, 4 hour close, 4 hour open, I draw a white line. And it's 25,666 right there. And we'll see if it can continue to hold. If you are more of a trader like myself, trading into points of control, you can see it's already hit 50% right now. Okay, so you could have another white line representing there. You can see it traded right in 50%. It's got a wick and coming right back up. Could possibly flip and go for a new all-time high and continue to go up higher. Okay, so 4 hour candles are still very strong. We have higher lows and higher highs. If we break it down into the 1 hour, okay, there's the big push. Again, first hour, first 5 minutes when we opened today, kind of just got a little consolidated, continue. Higher highs, higher lows. Now we're kind of flagging on the 1 hour. We're in a flag situation. If you want to box this hourly flag in, you're welcome to. There's the orange all-time high, down to that white line. There's the flag. I'll consolidate it, but bull flags have a high probability of continuing to just grab their buyers and continue to break out bullish. If you want to draw a trend line, you can still see we are trending in a bullish motion. Okay, we haven't really broke down. Still trending up. If you need to draw an hourly trend line, you can see it's still bullish. Came down, back up, came down, back up, came down, higher lows, still holding. If we get hourly volume closing above here, it could continue to fill up to 25,800 or 750, depending what you're looking for. If you're looking to sell NASDAQ, maybe we got to see a second top coming in New York. Here's one top, there's the neckline, here it's coming back up. Maybe New York will reject the move back down and get it doing an M, break the trend line, maybe close it physically below there, and then maybe if it comes, that could be initiating the hourly sell. Will it just crash the market? No, it's not a crash. It's maybe a corrective phase. Maybe to correct itself right there at 25,600 or to attempt 50% of that big body candle that opened the market. Again, let's find the point of control how we did with US30. There's the opening balance, closing. Where's that 382-618 zone? Right there. So that's how we figure out the bullish point of control of that big open, stretched it into the future, and we can literally see if we get a position down in here. 25,500, I'm going to place myself an alert there. I might be looking to buy or entertain a buy if NASDAQ pulls all the way back down in there. It might not be today, it might not be tomorrow, it might be sometime next week or whenever it gets in there, I'm alerted if it gets in there. Okay, so it's still bullish on the 5 minutes. Again, it looks exactly like US30. That big bullish move was the first 5 minutes. That's what's kind of representing the entire daily volume was the first 5 minutes. Okay, and since then we've been moving higher highs, higher lows, all-time high, back down, higher low, but we're not breaking for any new higher highs. You can see that they're bringing the market down a little bit right here. From the all-time high to these bodies, right there, you can see that there's a little bit of a red zone, and they're now kind of tapering NASDAQ down. When it came back in there, this right in there, lower highs, pushing back down. Coming back in, are they going to push it back down? So myself as a scalper, I like to look to see if maybe it can break right here and continue to drop its way down. However, we could be looking to buy pullbacks at any one of these areas, okay? And then you can just add your indicators if you like, and your SST daily bar indicator as well. Remember that big daily bar, okay? It's right there. It represents the first 5 minutes of market open. Still holding. Okay, so we're going to put these two securities side by side. NASDAQ over here to the right. It's going to, another 20 minutes, we'll have Wall Street market open. And US 30 is over here to the left. Okay, you can go look back at gold. Gold is still trading inside here. Okay, so it came right in there, back down. Got a big bearish engulfing candle coming right back down. Let's see how this will close right now. Okay, so if you're still trading gold, to me, in my opinion, it's still in this range, barcoding. Will it continue to stay in here? Probably not, but there's buyers that are buying, sellers that are selling, okay? But it's having a very difficult time breaking right here, this 4,050. Now it came in there 1 time, 2 times, 3 times, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 time, rejected it back down. Okay, so that's a much bigger zone on a higher time frame, and sellers are still there. Okay, so you see the cut line now? If it comes back up right into 4,043.44, could continue to push down. There hasn't been any sell volume closing below here, so this would be an impulse move. If you're looking to take a sell here, it could impulsively come down, back down, transact into that green zone. However, it could just come down, pick up a wick, and come right back inside here. So, again, this is that tough situation. Do you take the sell right now, or do you wait it out? All of these things. Do you wait for it to come up bullish? Do you see if it will get rejected at 50% and then go back down? Do you see if it's going to get rejected right now, like a shallow pullback, and just get sellers are right there pushing this thing down? Or is it just going to continue to trade in this zone in here? Okay, so it's still bullish, coming back up. Okay, but it's still kind of barcoding in here. So gold is accumulating again. It's accumulating to see later if it can kind of break out of this. And then you drive back up to that 4,060, 61 up there. Or it's going to potentially, more sellers are accumulating to bring it back down and bring it back down to here. Maybe possibly back down to there, okay? So you can see it got rejected right now. I love scalping that candle, but I'm going to try and restrain myself here. So I will watch US 30 and NASDAQ going into Let's watch how these are moving as well. So we got some consolidation inside here. And guys, if you're watching gold, I would physically watch to see if they can close it below there. Okay, so it came up bullish, 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 right into that point of control. Notice when I say point of control, I don't have my zone a little bit above, a little bit below, just kind of cut it right in half, but that is the bearish point of control. So sellers are there rejecting it back down, but again, it's having a difficulty when it gets down to that opening balance to break and close below it. Guys, I'm going to go to the washroom really quick. What charts do you want me to leave it on? Do you want me to leave it on gold, or do you want me to leave it on NASDAQ and US30? What do you guys want it on? I'm just going to go for a quick little break, go to the washroom. Okay, NASDAQ and US30? Okay. First one that says gets it. Sherry was the first one. Okay, so it's on US30 and NASDAQ. I'll be back in just a couple of minutes. Just going to the washroom. Okay, guys, we're back. So we're about 12 minutes away from market open. Again, regarding news, not much today, but there's a lot of news on Wednesday, FOMC. Don't forget Wednesday afternoon. And lots of earnings this week, okay? Gold closed down, breaking down to this zone. Okay, so if you're in sells, monitor this area. If it continues to break down, I would pay attention to that block as well. It could definitely come right back in and trade right back up bullish in here. But let's watch indices now going in, okay? And pick which index you'd like to trade, whether it's NASDAQ or US30. I personally prefer myself trading US30, but whatever setup is there, I'll take. And they are big bullish daily candles from the first 5 minutes when the markets opened up today, okay? So gold's coming right back in. Again, if gold closes above here, you could have that next leg pushing right back up if you're trading gold, okay? Okay, so now what we got to determine is, are they selling the market right prior to Wall Street opening up here, and then it'll come back up, or is it just going to move down and sell off when the market opens, okay? If you're already in a sell, these are nice big body candles. And just remember, Monday mornings, Wall Street can be a little volatile when it opens because news over the weekend These things can open up, be big body candles again. Could be a big bullish candle, it could be a big bearish candle. Just take into effect some risk management if you can. If not, it's all good. A lot of focus has been off of US 30 and NASDAQ as of late because gold is so exciting and making big moves. But you can't neglect NASDAQ and US 30 also making big moves in the market. That's the all-time high right there of NASDAQ. 25,736. Right there. It hit it at 6:45 a.m. Eastern. Not too long ago. And we got 6 more minutes to go. Do you guys have any thoughts on market open regarding direction? Down for NASDAQ. Okay, then we got to break this 25,700. That's where the big pivot is. It just came right down there again. Same location, got a wick coming right back up. So that's what we got to watch for NASDAQ to break down bearish is right below here. 25,700. This is the one that we got to watch to see if it will break for US 30 right here. 47,490, this white line. But moving right back up bullish, okay? So, you know, it comes down nicely, but things can come right back up. That's why you got to always determine if you're trading right before a market open, an exchange open, you always got to consider, you know, reducing some risk if you're in profit, taking profit altogether, getting out of the way, because things can start to get a little crazy now. Some traders trade right at market open. Okay, that's fine if you do that as well. But some traders will wait for the first 5-minute candle to close, some 15. Make your decision, whatever you like, you know, and then just try and stick with the rule. Gold looks like it's pushing down. So see how many times it came in here, back down, barcoding, bearish, okay? My bias has always been bearish with gold. I just got stopped out of that one because I guess it had to come to a larger selling block, right? I tried to sell it at this block down in here, but you see the bigger one, eventually it holds off. So whoever sold in here at that premium is doing fantastic right now. So it came in there and triggered that bigger zone. When I look at that, I got to review it and analyze. I went in a little early. Was my bias correct? Yes, it was, but technically the entry could have waited, got a little higher. That's the way I got to look at it and analyze that. Sometimes you just got to wait for the volume to trade in those bigger zones. You see, I went in a little early and I never waited for it to come in that bigger zone. And the market hunted my stop loss. But we got to move on. New exchange open, new securities, 2 more minutes to go. NASDAQ and US30. A lot of you guys are bearish on NASDAQ today, shorting it. And then if we look at the overall pattern, there's a nice pattern developing. It looks like it came up, one big top right there. Here's our neckline. You can consider all this, this, and this, like all one lower high right there. And it looks like it wants to come down, right? That's that break that we're watching for, 25,700. It could break, come down, trade into 50% of that bullish candle, maybe down to that supporting level right there, that, and then come back up. And then we turn that zone, if it closes below there, red, and then that could be the confirmed retest and then the selling point for 25,700 to push it down to here and maybe further down, right? But we got to watch for that because buyers are still coming in, higher low and a higher low. And we got 45 seconds to go into the close. You can see US30 is a little bit different. Okay, these are not the exact same securities. US30 is a different index, and same with NASDAQ. Okay, so they're not always. If US30 is going up, NASDAQ has to go up. If NASDAQ is going down, they're completely different indices. So if you're watching one, focus on that one. Don't look at the other one. These are not correlated. That's why sometimes I don't like to have them on split screen, because it throws some people off. There we go. So see how it came right down, and look at what they did. Bullish, ignited, and just bringing it right through here, okay? So that's the market open. That's what you call manipulation. Closed right at the lowest point, and they just opened it bullish and driving it right up for a new all-time high. AMD reaching a new all-time high at $258 a share right now. Alphabet, Google reaching an all-time high at $265 per share right now. This is the first 30 seconds of market open. Very fast moves. Okay, so what do we see? They swept the all-time high. Okay, so that's a fact so far. We see that. It's getting rejected so far. We see US30 swept that high up there, got rejected. Can we wait for a closing volume, or do we just want to enter on this candle right now? Maybe wait for the closing price. Continuing to fill. That's a big body candle, new all-time high. If it closes above here, I'm going to flip that red zone green. A lot of securities right now are hitting 52-week highs and all-time highs. Okay, just the market is pumping. Gold got crazy. I see it sold off. Yeah. So all it had to do was come in that bigger zone up there. At 9 a.m., notice the time in sales, 9 a.m. And now it's dumping all the way right back down. So US30, they kind of pinned it. Now, do we have that volume to engulf that volume and continue to push down? Notice the range now, okay? So these are big ranging. That 70 pip candle for US30. You got this NASDAQ 5-minute candle now. It's approximately, it looks big. It's 45 pips. I know it looks, these would normally be very big on a normal day, but we're looking at gold where we're getting 100, 150 pip 5-minute candles. So it's getting a little excessive here, but these are still big candles. Two more minutes to go into the close. Okay, so again, new all-time high, swept. Where will it close? Okay, so let's just keep an eye that they did sweep these highs. Let's keep an eye on NASDAQ. Swept at that all-time high. Just keep an eye on it. "90 seconds to go into the close." And then if it closes back above there, I'm going to have to flip that red box green because it could have further distance to continue to go and test out new all-time high territory. We have a large range, okay, so we have a big wick above us, we got a big wick below us, but if you're just looking at the volume is still, you know, concentrated in that area for US30. So we got a lot of whipsaw action, okay, where it came up, came all the way down. The volume is still kind of concentrated inside here. Here's the close in 40 seconds. Will sellers be able to close it below here and advance it, push it down one more time, fill that wick, or our buyer's going to close it above here, and then we have new buyers coming back in, filling that all-time high wick and continue to go even higher. It's a crazy, crazy 5-minute candle on US30. And here's the close. So crazy volatility, okay? Not the greatest candle to be trading off of because there's lots of indecision, okay? But maybe we go with the momentum. Okay, so look at NASDAQ. Okay, so it just opened, dropped down, coming back up. There's the break and there's the drop, okay? So it could, if you miss it, right? It's on an impulse. There's no volume confirmed closing below, but you're basing your analysis off of that big wick rejection. So if you're not in, maybe we got to wait for it to get a wick and come back up, or we wait for that bar to close, and then we can figure out the point of control and wait for a patient trade. That's up to you if you want to wait for it. Otherwise, we see US30 coming down. Okay, it's got a wick coming back up. Will it come back down? I'm looking at US30. The way it's accumulating in the zone, flipping back up blue, still in the zone. Okay, I'm looking to possibly sell this thing. I'm going to sell US30. Okay, I'm going to go in stop loss, maybe halfway the distance up there, looking for it to come down to that red line, break that pivot point, that 200 EMA, and drop maybe halfway down. So I'm going to sell on US30, see if it can continue to break down here. Just down to that, 200 EMA red line would be about 30 pips. That's when you can go reduce risk. But to break it down there, would be about 50 pips coming down. Okay, so I'm going to sell on US30. Remember, there's 30 pips. Okay, so I'm going to go break even now. 30 pips, break even. And see if we can continue maybe to push a little further down to 50. And then the top of that green box would be about 60 pips down there. Conveniently located at 47,420. But I'm at a break even now on this trade. There we go. We're coming back down to maybe attempt to break those lows. Here we go. You can see that there's a wick rejected on NASDAQ. Okay, guys, we're breaking down. Okay, so that was 40 pips down in there. Okay, I have zero risk now. But do I want to take out 80% or continue to hold this thing to see if we can continue to drive down? There's 2.5 minutes to go. Okay, so we're getting that quick push. If it drops, like I said, 40 to 50 pips, I'm going to take out 80%. One more push down is all I need. One more big push down to that low. Here it comes down. Okay. And if we can get that black volume closing below that red line, that would give us the advantage to continue to push down. But with no risk in the trade, just risking the profit, okay? so much crazy volatility. Holy. Palantir reached an all-time high at $192 a share. I have a minute 45 to go on this. I just got tapped out, guys, at break even, okay? So you see, I didn't take out 40 pips. These markets are very volatile, okay? No win, no loss. Just stupidity. I didn't take out money. Now we got to continue to focus again on the candle. Where will it close inside? But we got to notice it did break for a new lower low. Okay, so now all we got to watch now is closing volume. Did you guys take any money out, or was that too fast for you guys? It's crazy fast, crazy fast. I didn't get it. I got greedy. I was looking for it to come down 50, 60. You know, I think I'm getting used to trading gold, gold's big moves, and I'm not paying attention to 30, 40, 50 pips here. But a break even is okay. No win, no loss. Just got to learn next time, take some money out. Didn't catch entry, Tim? Let's see if there's another one. Let's just follow the volume. Let's see if it will close below. Maybe we'll get another entry. Okay, so here's the close. Get ready, guys. Okay, so let's just bring our cut line to represent 50% of that volume is maybe right there. Open bullish ignited. So right away they dropped it quickly down. Oh man, he's got to be quick with these markets. Okay, so it's got a little bit of a wick at this 200 EMA. Let's see if it will come back up. Maybe we can push down with it one more time with this volume that's coming down. So it's got the wick now. See where it's coming back up. Now coming back down. I'm going to sell down with this. Okay, place my stop loss now above 50% of that previous candle at the 9 EMA. And now with this next push, can we get it down to break that low and get it down to the top of the green box? So I'm in a sell again on US30. First one was a break even. Let's see if this one can break down, get it back down to that top of that green box. That would be, again, 40 pips down in there. I'll be reducing my risk and then see if it can come down a little further. I'm back in a sell. Okay, stop loss is just above 50% of that previous candle. It's not revenge trading, it's just continuing to trade with the volume. First one, my mistake was just not taking out any profit. That's it. And this will be final trade of this session, okay? Here's the drop. We're dropping. Okay, so that's 20 pips. There's 30 there, 40 down to the top of the green box. That's when, again, you can reduce your risk. Okay, break even again. Now let's see if we can get it back down there and then start to take some profit out and leave a runner right there. Okay, so that's 40 pips, dropping, breaking, 50 pips. I'm going to take out 80% there, right there. Okay, I should have taken out 80% on the first candle. It was my mistake. But that one I took out 80% down there. And then if it can continue to push down, the big target is that yellow line down in there. So just sticking with the same bias, waiting for that candle to open. It turned up bullish. And as soon as it broke, sell, stop loss, just right above 50% of that. We used our cut line. And as it started coming down right there to the 40 pip line, we took our stop loss, again, break even, but that time when it broke down, I took out 80%. Now I got 20% with break even. If it wants to continue to break down, I'll follow that volume. The first one, that first candle, it was my greediness. And watch NASDAQ too. Okay, so it came back up, red box, back down. If it closes below here, you can see NASDAQ start to sell off. Okay, again, it's bouncing in between this green and red zone. Buyers and sellers are accumulating. I liked US30. Okay, now that's it. The rest of the 20% is at a break even. Gone. Okay, so I'm happy. Second mistake, I didn't leave it. I took out my money. Now we got to continue to watch where and how it closes. This could flip back up and start to turn up bullish, right? Do we have one more trade in us, guys, or is this too fast for you? How is Mo? We just talked about that. There's no correlation between NASDAQ and US30. No correlation. Absolutely no correlation. This is more tech related. This is more industrials. They're completely different indices. They're weighted completely different as well. NASDAQ is weighted with market cap. The US30 is weighted with the price tag of the security. I think it's too fast for you guys, okay? I don't like trading when the markets are too fast because you guys are not maybe hearing what I'm saying, or you guys are behind on the delay. Gold is breaking down. Yeah, man. I don't want to make excuses, but oh man, if we just waited for that sell in there, that was prime time area. It's okay. You live and you learn. And now we have a new 15-minute candle opening, 9:45, and momentum can switch, just like it switched us on gold at that 15-minute candle. That's what, you know, killed our momentum there. And now you see it came in there, they took out that, swept that low. Now it's coming right back up. This could move up bullish in the next 15 minutes. Same with US30. Okay, so you know we took some sells, but we got to also understand that it's getting a big wick there, could come up. It opened ignited bear, still pushing down, okay? So let's see how far down it still wants to push down, but that's a big wick to fill. It's not a small wick. So even when it comes down, it picks up a higher low, the candle could flip and go back up bullish. I would love to do 1 minute, but it's going to throw people off. And they're going to say, this guy's crazy. I get called crazy 10 times a day. Trying to hold a 5-minute trade for 40 pips. With 1 minute trade, I might be up 20 pips and in and out, and no one's going to understand what I'm doing. So I don't feel like I want to explain it during Wall Street. If you guys don't understand 1 minute scalping, it's too hard to explain, especially during Wall Street. Yeah, the volatility is serious today. It's Monday morning open. Okay, so again, it came back up, lower high, rejected. It could continue to push down. You could continue to keep that sell side bias. NASDAQ is too messy right now. Okay, it's going down, coming right back up, going back down. So again, it's still in the zone. Sometimes the best trading is after our call, going into 10 a.m., 10:30, 11, because Wall Street has accumulated and then they redistribute it later on. It's not easy to scalp Wall Street market open when it's very crazy like this, okay? In my opinion, US30 is the cleaner one out of NASDAQ, but they're both pretty terrible right now. Gold is a little bit better. Guys, if you're looking for a double bottom now for a buy, maybe target this white line back down in here. Okay, so if you look at the overall what has happened with gold, big drop there, came back up right into that big box there, and then right back down. So they're gonna take out the low, sweep it, you know, then watch, maybe will it build back up and come back up, do something like that, okay? So gold is getting at a great area too to maybe entertain a buy, but however, this is a heavy daily candle coming down. So you don't want to just buy a falling knife, watch where it closes, all of this, because now it's breaking that lowest point, and it could really bleed out to 4,000. No one's interested in US30 and NASDAQ anymore with how exciting gold is. I never thought gold would be exciting at Wall Street market open, and we're not even worried about Dow or NASDAQ. Times are changing in these markets, that's for sure. Yeah, but we're still pushing down, pushing down. Gold, guys, that's, yeah, you got to watch the close now. Okay, so they took out those lows, came down to that hourly. This is 50% exactly of this big higher time frame zone. Now, this is where you'll see if buyers are here, sellers could really, go after and really, cause it to come down to 4,000, that yellow line. Just be careful. Let's watch the close here of these indices. Clean up the chart a little bit, needs a little bit cleaning up. And we got 25 seconds to go into the close. Okay, so it's still closed bearish. We're below the 200 EMA. We're below the 9 EMA. Still bearish. Could technically continue to push down. Same with NASDAQ. Open bearish ignited, pushing down, but still trading inside this red block, green block. Okay, they did take out that low. So remember, we got to make new lows in order to continue to push down. So all we need is maybe closing volume down there. Okay, unless you want to go in on an impulse. That's up to you. But my suggestion is to wait for volume to close to verify that. And as that candle came down, higher low, coming back up. Again, you can just buy, but it could just come right back up and then go right back down. So what I would be doing is watching to see if some blue volume can close above this red line. This red line used to be the pivot point right over here where it supported that move back up. So now the volume is below it. So we got to see if the buyers can regain 47,460, close above, so it can make this red line support. So maybe we can start to come back up a little bit. But this red line is still resistance. Sellers are still selling below it. So maybe it will consolidate and continue pushing down. You might have to wait for this bar to close and also this bar to close, which is in another 3.5 minutes. Unless you want to trade on impulse, okay? That's up to you. Okay, so gold came, all of these zones now, green to red for gold. You can tidy up your chart if you like, get rid of a few things. This one again, green to red. So you can see how offers are coming down from this big block right here. That was a big bullish candle, came up. Again, they rejected it. So it's holding, it's ignited. That's why I watch, see if it will build to start the next leg. Or sellers could just come in, take that out, and continue pushing this thing down. But right now, it's kind of building a leg right now. Let's see if buyers can close above here in order to advance it up. This could be the start of like a technical double bottom here. And US30 has a nice return back up. NASDAQ has nice returns here at this green zone, but it's still really choppy volume. Ephraim, have a good day. Enjoy your day today. Like NASDAQ is very frustrating. For buyers, it's frustrating. Sellers, it's frustrating. Buyers are buying. These are those scalp candles. You got to get in and out, or just get in, go to break even. You might have a lot of break evens in here, but that's how the market is moving, okay? I like that. Let's hear facts. Never make a move before candle closes. That's a good rule to have, but Majority of traders don't follow that rule. Why? Because we're very impulsive, right? We don't have the patience to wait for a candle to close. And then that's where we make a lot of mistakes. I'm not saying if you wait for a candle to close and you wait for a retest that you're going to be a 100% profitable trader. No, but at least you'll have more high probable setups, and maybe you'll at least know the direction of the volume, and maybe it will help reduce how many losses you're taking. It's better to wait. It's not 100% guaranteed. I wait for a body to close. I wait for a proper retest. I go in and I get stopped out. But I understand that's how the game works. But also, when you go into a trade, you also manage your risk too on the other side. So if you do wait for a confirmed setup, you wait for a high probable setup, you get in, you're still not over leveraged, because you got to know that just because you wait for a candle to close doesn't mean that you're going to make 100% of your trades. If it was that easy, I would tell you guys, let's wait for every single candle to close and we're going to make lots of money. It's not how it works. It's just better to wait for a candle to close. Unless you have intuition. Unless there's intuition. Why are you going on an impulse? Did you watch that wick sweep the highs, come down to the next bar open, ignited bearish? Is there some context behind it? Then that's a different story. But if you're just trading on impulse because you're fear of missing out, that's not the right attitude to have as a trader. Okay, so we closed above the white line, bullish, again, bullish ignited. NASDAQ is just playing games underneath this red zone and above this green zone, still accumulating. And we got 5 more minutes and then we're going into 10 a.m. Maybe we just cool off and wait for 10 a.m. You watch your hourly. Look at the hourly candle at 10 a.m. on US30. This is like a horrible candle, even if this was a 5-minute candle. It opened, it was bearish, coming back up bullish, and we're right back to the opening balance of Wall Street with this entire hour candle that's going to close in 4 minutes. Okay, so do you have a direction looking at this hourly spin top where US30 is going to go? Not really. So maybe we got to wait for it to close. Right, we're right back where Wall Street market opened. Where's 930? Right there. There was the opening price, 517. We just got up to 505. We're only about 10, 20 points away from coming right back to Wall Street's opening balance. NASDAQ is continuing to make this move. Will it close above here? And then next hour, will you be able to flip this red zone green, build off of this? It looks like a nice double bottom. Now when we look at it, one bottom, this red box is the neckline. There's the second bottom with the liquidity grab, that big wick down there, coming back up. So there's the pattern. We're trying to break, get volume close above so we can make this green and then create a new all-time high, right? So that's why we got to follow this volume into the close. As it came up there again, those impulsive buyers bought that candle and the market is rejecting them back down. So that's why you got to wait for bars to close. It's not easy. It's a tough market open. Okay, so gold now came down, closed, came back up very bullish, got rejected right there, opened, continuing to trade inside here. So still kind of accumulating in this green zone. Let's see if we can see a bullish gold candle close above here to start that next leg back up. Otherwise, we got lower highs, lower highs. We could still see some more selling on gold coming through here. Okay, so we got 2.5 more minutes to go. Half of the candle is exhausted. This is the second half. So that candle came all the way down. It's coming all the way back up. Will it close above there? That is the question. This red line is representing Wall Street's opening balance right there. You think it's going to range all day? Yeah, it probably will. You know, there's no news today. The market is probably waiting for Wednesday for the FOMC, all of the earnings coming Wednesday with the big tech names. So yeah, we could get into a range. Could be very difficult to trade. That's why you got to trade very disciplined in a range. Get in, get out. If you go up 30, 40, 50 pips, lower your stop loss to break even, take some profit out of the market, continue trading like that until there's an identified trend. Right now it's still ranging. Okay, so you see gold again, came back up, lower high, pushing it right back down. Okay, so even if you're buying gold, I understand it's in a good area, but every time it comes up, it gets pushed back down. Okay, so we need a nice convincing, nice bullish candle to start closing above to confirm that buyers can close with conviction. The shutdown is finished? I don't think so, unless maybe something happened this morning. I didn't see anything regarding that. I believe that the U.S. government is still shut down. Could go well into November. So we got 20 seconds. Now it's time to pay attention to the close. Right here, that's Wall Street markets open. That was that dip. We had that sell coming right back up to the opening balance. Okay, so it looks like it came down and it's coming right back up. This is the neckline. Market open. Same with the neckline right here for NASDAQ. All-time high. Okay, so here's how 10 a.m. open. Ignited. Okay, so it could break right through here. Could come right back down. It could refuel itself and continue to break out of here. Then maybe we look for potential buys, okay? But look at how it comes down. Will it pick up a higher low at 50% of that bullish candle right there? So you guys are going to kind of like zoom in so you can see. Okay, so that's 50% of that bullish candle. Came down back to the opening balance. Will it come back up? This could be an opportunity to entertain like an impulse move that could break and fill that wick and come back up, okay? Otherwise, you're going to have to wait 5 minutes for the candle to close. We could be in this flag now, consolidating right inside here. And again, we don't have a closing candle with NASDAQ. We've got a wick, and a wick. So let's wait maybe. Best scenario is to wait for a body to close. If it gets rejected and close below here, we might have one more leg to come back down. It's very, very, very tough market right now. Very, very difficult. Okay, but the buyer's buying it right back up, and now that's the previous all-time high, daily high. It could continue to advance its way back up. I'm watching US 30 here to see how it's reacting at this point of control. It's still holding its wick. Okay, so buyers are still there. NASDAQ is breaking out. It is an impulse breakout. Okay, I want to make that clear to everybody. That is an impulsive candle breaking out with no volume confirmed above this previous all-time high, orange line, and no volume above this red box. So that is an impulse breakout, okay? If you're waiting patiently for the volume to close, you've got to wait 3 more minutes, unfortunately. And then if it does close above, we're going to flip this red zone green, and then maybe wait for a possible pullback buy, as this zone might turn into pending buy orders, more support to buy that discounted pullback, creating this new all-time high. US 30 is a nice bullish hammer breaking out of here as well. It is also an impulse candle as well. Okay, we might have to wait for 2.5 more minutes to go to see if that blue volume can close above Wall Street's open right there. Okay, we do have those wicks that when it opened created that high, but you know, again, if you take this candle, you're trading on impulse again. If we can hold off for 2 more minutes, let's try our best to hold off for 2 more minutes. And then the only thing you got to tell yourself is, yes, you might miss out on an impulse move. However, you buy an impulse and then it goes back down, you're holding in drawdown, where you didn't have to take that trade. That's the only thing that can happen. Are the woulda, shoulda, couldas, this and that. See, I'm missing out on an impulse trade on both of these securities. Am I upset about it? No. Will I get back in? I can buy a pullback. Maybe the market will come back down and reattempt here with confirmation. I feel more confident taking a pullback trade confirmed than just on any impulse move. Impulse traders will not last over time in the markets, okay? Maybe they'll take one or here every day, but consistently over time, the probability is not with you. Okay, so that's a big bullish candle coming out on NASDAQ, new all-time high, possibly going to close above, green zone, red to green. We can cut that candle in half, maybe find the point of control of that candle. Same with US30, same thing. Gold, you see, came up. Did any blue volume close above here? No. So they're breaking it down to probably 4,000 down in there. We have 30 more seconds to go into the close. Okay, so I'm going to assume NASDAQ is going to close above this red box. I'm going right now, making it green. I'm going to get my cut line coming out very soon to see when it closes. I'm going to assume that US30 is also going to close above it. There's the close, cut line, it open bullish ignited. So that can continue to force its way up to that wick and come back down without even pulling back. Same with US30. It's bullish ignited. So it hasn't even pulled back yet. Remember, strong opening balance. It could continue to fill its wick and go. But if you want to wait patiently for a pullback, you got to wait for a pullback. But if you want to go in, you're welcome to go in. Okay, so it got rejected. Now it's coming back down to the opening balance. And remember, if it flips and turns into a bearish candle, it could start to come back down into 50%. See how 50% is that previous high wick? It's right at 50%. The green zone down in here would be a better buying opportunity because this is the first time now that volume has closed above that green zone. It was red there, it was red there, and it was red when market opened. Now it's blue, or green, sorry. So if it comes in here, maybe buyers are positioning themselves with pending buy orders in here, and that would be a nice buy pullback. You're buying at a discount, you're buying at a nice zone, you know, like, is it 100% guaranteed if it comes down there we buy? No, but it's better to wait to buy in here than to just FOMO and buy all-time highs always. It might work right now with the markets, how they're moving, but traditionally, if the market wasn't moving like this, I guarantee you that strategy would not be working. It's like everyone says right now, gold. I could just continue buying the highs and I'm doing good. I hope it doesn't throw new traders off because it might be just a little bit of a cycle we're going through. And if you think that just buying gold every day at the highs and you're making money right now because everything that's happening around the world, if you get used to that and markets change sentiment, you might be putting yourself in a little bit of trouble. Okay, so gold, again. Bullish, 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 right to that red line. They're slamming it back down. Those are those kind of pip and dip trades. You know, you're counter trading, right? That second bottom hasn't developed. It's still moving lower lows, okay? And they're still dropping it. That's why I said let's concentrate on this area, this yellow line, 4,003, that 4,000 level. Let's see what happens down there. It's not a good idea to just buy falling knives. Guys, I'm done for this session anyways. It's after 10. I'm going to be finishing up here. Tomorrow we're going to have some post-New York sessions. Okay, so we're going to get started at 11 a.m. Eastern. We're going to go till about maybe 2 or 3 p.m. tomorrow. So a different time. Take it easy today. It's just a Monday market open. Wednesday is a big day this week. Lots of earnings and FOMC. If you're going to continue to trade with proper risk management, these markets are pretty wild, you guys can see. So you do have to substantially reduce your risk. Otherwise, you're going to take some big losses, okay? Unless you can handle those. But had some fun today. Thank you guys for the likes. Subscribe to the channel. We do appreciate it. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Post New York, okay? So tomorrow's a post New York. 11 a.m. Eastern till about 2 or 3. We're going to see how markets are now moving post Wall Street like this. We would be coming in like in 45 minutes to start. So then we can dissect everything that happened in Europe, Wall Street, COMEX, and see if we got some good volume to trade after, okay? And guys, have a good day today. Enjoy your Monday, and we'll see you guys tomorrow. Thank you guys so much. Have a good day.
Hey guys, good morning, welcome to the live session of Stocks Never Trading. My name is Dave, guys, my partner is Ron. Let's get down to business here, guys.
In on US30, sell it, okay? I'm jumping in. Guys, that's a 100 pip drop. Yes, we caught it. Hey, guys, 200 pips, please, secure.